Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. It is Superintendent's Workshop today. It is Monday, May 9th, 2022. We are meeting in the Joanne Junior Idolette Teacher Education Center, and it is 12 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and at this time, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to the superintendent because the purpose of this meeting is his workshop. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a number of items and very much looking forward to these presentations today because we're going to have the opportunity to hear from staff and see the greatness that is the School District of Indian River County in terms of the work that we have been really excited to share. So with that, our first presentation will be set up by Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Seymour.
To the chair, again, happy Mother's Day to all of those. I hope everything went well. Again, we want to thank you all for giving our department the opportunity to meet with such a wonderful group of leaders in our community. They truly understand the magnitude of work that it takes for our district to be recognized as a high-functioning educational institution. This was chaired by Mr. Johnny Thornton, of course, and Ms. Stacy Clem. Their discussions have included a wide array of backgrounds, and they've all gelled to have their information shared, in a way that is really great to see how they have that parallel compassion for all of our students, not just a few. And so we're going to call up Dr. Shafty and Ms. Clem, but before I do that, I want to make sure that we recognize those individuals that have been a part of that program. Mr. Thornton will not be here today as he's returning from South Carolina. He and his class are celebrating their 50th year anniversary, and I told Coach, I said, man, it's really nice to be able to drive there in a Dodge Ram versus that Clydesdale he used to go there on back in the day. So, but Coach will be back with us, and we're looking forward to his return so that we can continue this process. But I'm just going to call out the members once again, of course, of the Academic Success Group. They are to ensure their high-quality, equitable standards and based instruction for all students are carried out. That's by Mr. John Thornton, Ms. Valerie Brandt Wilson, Ms. Anitra Cummings, Mr. Jeff Pickering, and Mr. Paul Westcott. And on the other group is the Communication and Engagement, which they are to establish connections and trust among all internal and external stakeholders. That is led by Ms. Stacy Clem, Mr. Godfrey Gibson, Ms. Angela Kaczynski, Dr. Eddie Hudson, Ms. Margaret Ingram, Ms. Peggy Lockwood, Ms. Wendy McDaniel, Ms. Jane McNulty Sneed, Mr. Mike Swan, and Mr. Freddie Woolfork. If any of those individuals are in the audience right now, I'd like for you to stand and be recognized. So at this time, I will yield to Dr. Shafty and Ms. Clem.
Good afternoon. So on behalf of Mr. Thornton, I am honored to share some of the recommendations from the Access to Advanced Coursework. This group really started in a completely different direction. So with advanced coursework, you go straight to high school and you think of your advanced placement, your dual enrollment, your IB programming, and this group is, I continue to be in awe of it, but they took a proactive stance to their recommendations, and they said, if we are going to solve a high school problem, we need to start in middle school. So these recommendations today really are intensified at the middle grades, and they are meant to be their first recommendation, second, and third. So the first recommendation that they felt to be the most important is intentional parent supports and advocating strategies for that really pivotal transition year from 5th to 6th grade. And this group talked about really reimagining what parent engagement looks like across the district so that we are meeting our families where they are. While we hope our families have a level of comfort coming to this building, that's just not the reality. So going into the communities, finding the pillars in the community, finding those safe spaces to arm parents and guardians with the information they need to be successful. The group had very honest conversations and had high physical involvement in schools. They go to open houses, they email their teachers, they speak to principals, and even at that level, they found that there were so many things they just didn't know about the district. They were amazed at the programming at Tctc. They didn't know the extent of school choice. So it's not that the district does not have programming in place, it's that our families aren't fully aware of it. So they would like some specific strategies, some specific learning opportunities, experiences for the rising 6th grade families so that there's just an awareness of what's going on. Their second recommendation, peer-to-peer mentoring, specifically for our minority students in grades 6 through 8. It's something amazing that an adult can explain something to a student, but when a student explains something to a student, you kind of see those light bulbs appear. So we just had the opportunity to watch all of the academic signings from Vero Beach High School, Sebastian River High School, and that really resonated with this group. What if those students, through their varied life pathways, could go back and mentor their middle school selves? So that is their second recommendation of hearing it from the students themselves. It does not have to be that you took the most exemplary pathway to get where you did, but be very honest in the experiences and go back and talk to your former self. If we had those opportunities, who knows what we would tell our former selves. So that is the second recommendation of just a really student-to-student relationship where our high schoolers can go back and share, I wish I knew this. I wish that you could know this now. And the very last recommendation is a speaking series showcasing successful adults in the community. Going into the middle schools, a successful adult could be somebody who is a product, a new graduate, somebody who has experienced success in their life as a result of education. And going back and sharing those experiences with our students. We love athletics, but that's not always the only successful route. What about the business person, the small business person, the large business person, whatever it may be, just getting adults in front of children who have also had a varied pathway just to talk to them. So very, very proud of this group. I think if Mr. Thornton was here, he would share the amount of problem solving, the amount of data this group has reviewed. It is quite staggering that many of the members on this group are quote unquote retired, but they're working, I guarantee they're working harder as a day-to-day job than ever before. So it has been an honor working with this group. And I will transition to Mrs. Klim to share the recommendations from communication and engagement.
How do we do the slide? All right. So these are our recommendations, and I'm going to get into them more in a PowerPoint presentation. So we talked about many different areas regarding mental wellness. Okay, so we talked about staffing, the referral process, teachers and staff engagement, and parent and community engagement, funding, and then we had some additional ideas. Am I going to have to do this? Yeah, you do it. Okay, so before we get started, I want to say that two more people walked in the room that were on our committee, and that's Miss Valerie Brandt-Wilson and Mr. Michael Swan. Will you guys stand up and wave so we can recognize you? Before we get started, I do want to say that I really felt that the two groups really complemented each other. Mr. Thornton's group really kind of focused on that academic and coursework piece, while we focused on this mental wellness, mental health piece. that really can ensure that our students are successful. A little background is that we met with Mrs. Bass and Mrs. Dampierre. We requested a lot of data, thanks to Dr. Shafty for getting that, to support our recommendations. We looked at statewide and national data to see how we compared. And so then from all this information we gathered, we identified areas of need that we felt SDIRC was not maximizing on. And I want to preface this by saying that for the last couple months we've been working on our recommendations, so there may have been movement in the district that we aren't aware of things that are already happening that are in our recommendations, so I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. So the first recommendation is our staffing recommendation. So we wanted to create a social work pipeline to support recruitment efforts, and by that we mean instead of having students who are, bachelor or master or their master's already, let's try to tag into those students who are working on those degrees and use them as interns. And then examine current daily responsibilities of our counselors to maximize the direct supports provided to our students. And by that, we want to examine the increases that are happening in the referrals compared to the high percentages per student staff so that we can staff more appropriately. I think we all know that our counselors have a large caseload, and we want to make sure that that might be alleviated a little bit and provide them some more support. And then we talked about recommending more mental health specialists at every school. Currently, one mental health specialist serves 4 to 5 schools, and we think we should have one at every school. In the referral process, we want to ensure accountability of oversight through the checks and balance system to ensure compliance with that 15-day timeline to act on a referral. We know that currently there is a 15-day window to act on a referral, but we know that with an adequate number of staff, that time frame is extremely difficult, and there's a lack of follow-up, which allows children to be overlooked. So leading into our proposal, we would like to explore staff allocations to reassign or reallocate appropriate balance between provisioning of student supports with paperwork and documentation. So perhaps hire staff without a master's degree or a higher education degree to do those referrals, and that will mean less education is needed and a smaller salary will be needed. The next one is teacher and staff recommendations. We want to ensure accurate systems are in place to gauge an accurate understanding of why our staff is leaving the district. We know a lot of staff are burnt out. There's possibly mental wellness reasons, so we want to focus on those needs to retain them. And by doing that, we'd like to create a better system of those exit interviews, which we've heard from some that teachers don't feel safe filling out those exit interviews or conducting those exit interviews. So we would like to delve into that area a little bit more so we can understand what's driving teacher resignation. We think just like students and other adults, teachers could use a support group, that we could bring in some mental health specialists to offer those service to educators, and that can, be after school perhaps, meet us at Storm Grove at 6 p.m. on Thursday, and we'll have mental health specialists there to talk with you and help you go through anything that you need assistance on. We also would like a more community-wide support and benefit system, and this isn't necessarily SDIRC, but this is just getting more people in our community on board. Organizations, nonprofits, maybe teachers get a free membership to the museum. Maybe teachers get a free membership to ELC. Just something to support our staff so that they feel more accepted by the community and it takes a little more pressure off them. And then we believe that designing professional development days with opportunities for staff to self-select how they use their time is really important. I mean, I think a lot of us have been teachers, and what we wouldn't have given for one day in our classroom to clean or to readjust or move things around instead of being required to go to professional development, that maybe is something we're not interested in. In our parent and community engagement recommendations, we talked about having a district-wide sponsored summit with mental health agency that are current or desired collaborators. There are a lot of organizations in this community that are doing mental health work, and if we could host some kind of summit where everyone comes up to the district for a day and we talk about how to work together as a team to address all of these issues, that would be great. We also talked about having a parent conference to present what is available to families and students. That, that could look like having exhibitors, classes, explaining the procedural process. I think, like Dr. Shafty mentioned, a lot of parents don't really know what is out there for them, and the more that we can engage them and show them what opportunities are available, the better. Okay. No, I'm going to pause. Oh, Dr. Shafty said they're switching the PowerPoint. Sorry. We had an updated version that you guys apparently didn't have up there.
Would it be appropriate, while we're waiting for that, to maybe ask a couple of questions so we can use this
Sure.
time productively? Mrs. Berenborg, do you want to
ahead.
structure that?
Feel free.
Couple things, and I'll go back to Dr. Shafty for a minute, because I think you're right in the middle, Mrs. So I'll start there. You said, you made a really good point about sometimes the services are here, it's just that parents aren't aware of them, and parents want to be more aware of those. Was there any recommendations on how specifically to do that outreach so that it would be effective and engaging for parents? That's question one. I got a whole list.
So the group didn't go all the way through action planning because they wanted to bring stakeholders on board. So whether it was the peer-to-peer mentoring program, they wanted to engage our student councils and our African American Student Council students to say, what would that look like? So there wasn't that full development of what it could look like because they didn't want to place a mold on top of the district, if that makes sense. They wanted to bring additional people to the table to have discussions about what that could look like. But they talked about the value of community centers, about reaching out to faith-based organizations, and where our families already go as part of their routines, as part of their life experiences, and offering programming, whatever that may be. And it doesn't even have to be a quote-unquote workshop. It could be, I know that Ms. Emerson is doing a great job, but how about an experience at the ballet? How many of our families would get to experience something like a fine arts programming? So it doesn't have to be that traditional quote-unquote workshop, but just these experiences that some of our families may not have on a day-to-day.
Can I follow up with that? And I know your PowerPoint's back, so I won't go through the rest of them. But I'm really aware that something we do as an organization and something organizations generally do is we have lots of great ideas about what parents should know, and we're not always great at delivering them either in a format that's accessible or in a place that's easily accessible. I know Dr. Cowie's been working a lot on that, shout out. And I really look forward to seeing recommendations, because I think that needs to be generated from the people who will most benefit by the services, not necessarily the service providers or SDIRC, right? So it's all well and good for us to say that we're going to have a forum at some school, but if that's not the school that parents can access, or if that's not relevant to their specific need, it doesn't help us. So I really look forward to seeing more of those recommendations come forward so that it is not only as collaborative as possible, but that we don't miss the mark on meeting the need.
Yeah, for sure. The group talked about that there has to be a range of how we define parent engagement. It could be the parents that had to work an extra shift to pick up the supplies that were needed for a class event. I think it's the beauty of this group is that they're reimagining that it's not attendance at something or going to something. We have a variety of families that we serve, and engagement looks and feels different for those families.
I'll hold off on the rest of them
Okay.
and let you go ahead.
Okay, I think we're on the next one. All right, back to our parent and community engagement recommendations. We discussed having some mental health trainings, and that can be, school-based, district-wide, have mental health focused workshops specifically designed for parents, students, and community. Workshop, kind of similar to training, but a workshop might be something specifically designed for families who have children who are experiencing some kind of anxiety or depression. Collaborate with other organizations to help with training, such as nonprofits and faith-based groups, which is kind of what Dr. Shafty just talked about. We really think it's important to include those community organizations that are working on mental health to make sure that we're really working as a community to help our students who are suffering from mental health issues. And support groups for students and our families. We talked about that, having that for staff, but perhaps we also have that for our students and families. And also, we discussed having a yearly parent, family, and engagement summit that will highlight the offering and resources that promote student achievement and wellness. The last one on parent and community engagement is to have authentic family engagement should be offered a school-based experience. I did talk about some district-wide summits and conferences, but we really do feel that the best way to engage our families and support them in any mental wellness journey is to have parent engagement liaisons in each school. We really feel that those parent engagement liaisons will be key to making sure our students get the services they need. And then provide professional development for educators on effective parent engagement strategies. This is an area that, a lot of teachers do not get at the college level, so they come unprepared to really have effective parent engagement skills, and we feel that we ought to be offering more of that. And reimagine parent centers at schools or geographical locations within the community. Not all parents are going through the same thing. Some parents may be struggling with housing. Some parents may be struggling with feeding their families and need to get on food stamps. And if we do have parent centers at schools, we can work with community organizations to bring them in to offer those to students and families.
May I, just one
Yes.
second? Just today, we met with a parent who brought to our attention too, when we talk about reimagining the parent centers at our schools that did not have transportation. So that has come up with many of the meetings that I've had with parents. They do not have transportation. So our next discussion will encompass the routes of the GO line and how they are established based on the routes within our county as far as schools are concerned. So just wanted to add that note.
Great. See, things are already happening that I didn't know that. And then last but not least, we want you to do all of this and figure it out. So how are we going to fund it? So we came up with a few ideas. There is federal, state, local funding out there that you can look into. We are an incredibly generous community, so there are a lot of foundations and grants and partnership grants we can look at. Angela, who works for the Mental Health Association, is in our group, and she said there is a lot of money at the hospital district, but they cannot give it directly to a school district, so you do have to get a little creative in how you're going to seek out some of this funding, but it's there. It's just a matter of being creative and looking in different places, thinking out of the box. And then last, I just want to say that our group, we really appreciate the partnership. We thank the staff, especially Dr. Shafty and Mr. Seymour, for providing the support and ensuring that our requests for information were honored in a very timely manner. Both groups asked for a lot of data, asked for a lot of information, and we got it quickly. And then I just want to say personally, it's been an honor to serve with my fellow community members. I'm really proud to be a part of this team and to be with all the awesome people that I've had the honor of spending the last few months with once a month. So thank you.
So as I too want to thank the committee. I think the two areas in which you have focused in on are really just spot on for probably the best way that I can say it. So looking forward to having the opportunity to work with staff to adjust some of these areas and report back to you as a committee as we begin to problem solve and create action around these two specific areas. I know each time Mr. Seymour and Dr. Shafty come back from these meetings, the level of energy just is very, very evident. So it's exciting to really partner with a group who is being extremely critical. And being extremely critical is absolutely what we want. And engaging in the conversation, engaging in the problem solving really allows us to look at the services the programming that we provide and think differently about how we truly are going to connect with our community. There's that PowerPoint. With the entire presentation. So this process is making this entire school system better. So thank you to all you who have giving of your time. You're right, Dr. Shafty, they're retired, but they are working extremely, extremely hard, and that work is making us work hard. So thank you very much.
Okay, great. All right. Board members, I know you had more questions, but would somebody else like to ask a couple questions first? Doc, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I had the honor of sitting in about 2 or 3 of these meetings, and it is a proactive group. They want the information so they can make the best decisions, so I appreciate you. You know, when you look at our strategic plan, it talks about academic success, equity, culture, and climate, communication and engagement, fiscal responsibility, and talent development and support. And I think you hit on every one of those areas when we talked about this, but you know academic success is our number one. Mental health was the #1 platform for the Florida School Board Association this year. Everyone knows there's an issue. And when I saw that you were going to present today, I thought I'm going to look up some things. In the state of Florida, this was done by USF, suicide is a leading cause of death among 10 to 14-year-olds in Florida. I mean, that was just released last month. Mental health for our students, mental health for our parents and teachers is just key. Any teacher would tell you this year was even rougher than last year. So just being out there to support them. Ms. Clem, I love the team talked about the parent engagement liaison and being at that school, you know, because parents feel, former principal, it's easier to go to that school instead of the district office as far as if you get the information. That principal is in charge of that school by state statute. And so I felt that coming to me versus district office was always a key. And to be able to have that, I think would be wonderful. You know, we're a dichotomy here with our population. 52% of people in Indian River County are either in poverty or on our ALICE population. And people struggle. So you're right, the cars, getting them there. You know, we always think, okay, you can come here, but we've got to look at the whole picture, so I appreciate that. And boy, we certainly have to understand how to, once we get our teachers, keeping them, and just having information there, like a support group or whatever it may be. And the schools would know better than I do on what our teachers need. But you know, you hear some things, it's pretty tough out there. So I love the recommendations. Now our fiscal responsibility has to figure it out here. But I just think some of these are would be a real asset to our students and our staff. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Ms. Rosario?
I have a few questions. So thank you to the committee members who put this who worked really hard to make these recommendations. First, I'm going to start with the superintendent. Dr. Moore, what is the plan with the recommendations moving forward? Are you looking to seek feedback from board members on these recommendations, or are we just blanket accepting all recommendations and moving forward with them? What's the ultimate plan here?
We just received these recommendations as well, so this is the opportunity to update the board, and staff will go back and continue to work with their specific offices and come back and make recommendations and really build this out in a very, very collegial way. So there's no action to take today. This is the opportunity to receive information.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I had a question with regard to feedback from parents. I guess Dr. Shafty, with the information that you all received, it's my understanding that you collected information and then your recommendations are based on the feedback that you received from parents. Where did you get this information from parents? Was a survey sent out? Was an email sent out? How did you collect your data?
No, ma'am. So the data that they reviewed was academic data. They looked at cohorts of students beginning in 3rd grade, progressing all the way through standardized testing. So the academic data they reviewed to help make their decisions, but as far as parent experiences, that would come from the members' experiences on the committee. We didn't do any additional surveying of parents.
So how did you all come up with the idea, if you only looked at academic and you didn't look at our parents or survey our parents in general. How did you all come up with the focus on mental health? How do we know that there is a mental health issue if we're not looking at the data?
We looked at academic success, so
Yeah, so as far as mental health came up, the very first meeting that we each had 3 postcards. I think Mr. Thornton explained this to you at the last meeting that he attended, but we all had 3 different index cards. We all wrote 3 issues that we felt were important. We do have parents in our group. And then we took those down. It was a process of shuffling them into areas of strategic planning, and then we decided to choose which one we felt was most important. And because we have retired teachers, we have community members who work in the mental health field, we had attorneys, we had all sorts of people from the community who decided that the mental health issue was important to us.
And how many people are on the committee again?
How many is on there?
total or just in the subgroups?
Total, or subgroups.
5?
How
working?
you came up with this information on the index cards. How many people were involved in that process?
5 that have focused on academic success, and 10.
So 15.
So 15 total? So 15 people wrote their own personal preferences on an index card, 1, 2, 3, top 3, and based on the 15 people, where your recommendations are for the entire district?
That's correct.
Without surveying or asking parents themselves to provide feedback, without surveying students to provide feedback. So based on the 15 people, I'm not sure that we're accurately capturing the full need of the entire community. I just think that we need to do a little bit more before fully embracing these recommendations, because we have, 17,400 students in our district right now, approximate, more or less, and 15 people, which is great, because we need a committee to do the work, but I think that the committee should reach out to those who are actually in the schools, the parents of the students who are in the schools, to provide that feedback, and then bring that back to the board and say, this is what the community is actually saying is a need of ours, not what we are saying is a need of ours. I think I see Mr. Seymour is shaking his head.
Yes. Well, let me say too, they are correct, but it was a process. And once they did come with their ideas of what they thought were concerns based on their background and their history, they did bring in, by department, individuals to speak on each and every topic. So the feedback not only was of theirs, but the people and support within our departments that know and does have the information.
Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. It brings it a little bit, makes it a little more cohesive, I suppose. But we're supposed to make decisions based on data. And if we don't have sufficient data to make decisions or recommendations, we shouldn't bring recommendations forward without that data. I'd like to see the data. I'd like to see our parents actually say, mental health is a concern. I need support in mental health, or I need support in, housing, or I need support in, whatever their support is. We have a parent coordinator who has been, really working hard in putting together parental workshops, I suppose, for parents. And I know I went to one. I know a few of them have had, a handful of parents regularly attend. But I don't know if we're actually capturing the full need of the entire community, of the parents of 17,000 plus students. And that's where I'd like to see the information. I'd like us to really address. I'm just tired of us doing the same old thing over and over again or trying to assume what the need is of the community, and we're not really breaking through. I'd like us to break through with the real data. What does the data actually say? Let's put out a survey. Let's survey all parents with 3 specific questions. What are your priorities? Mental health, academic achievement, or other, and then fill in other, that sort of thing. I don't want to dismiss the work of the committee, throughout the whole year, but I just want to be able to receive that information, because we haven't received it. We haven't received any of the data that the committee has actually looked at, worked on. We're just receiving your verbal recommendations, but where is the information that backs it up so that we can say, you know what, this makes sense, Dr. Moore, let's do this, or let's move in this direction. So I'd like to see that. We talk about data all the time, that we should be a data-driven school district and that everything needs to be data-driven, but I don't see the data here. The other thing that I had a question on, I do like the parent liaisons in every school. I love that idea, that suggestion. My question there is, what is the collaboration with the PTAs? Have anyone in the community reached out to the parent-teacher associations in each school? Yeah, and what?
Yes, as Dr. Cowie just spoke, she does have data that supports the concerns of our parents, and she says that she does have it on file. In addition to that, yes, as far as reaching out to those individuals in the PTA, she has been very involved in every school and making many meetings as possible that her schedule will allow her to do. So it's a work in progress. Like you say, we do have a ways to go, and we have not reached everyone, but we do have a baseline, and we have to grow that as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that there definitely needs to be work there. I've seen, I think in the past, I don't know if Ms. Berenborg or Dr. Schiff recalls, I'm sorry, maybe Ms. Dampierre, prior to us, I think we had parent liaisons in the schools. We had some community liaisons or something. We had something in the schools that worked in, I think, a similar fashion. I'm trying to remember why. The homeless and the migrant population?
Yes, yes. And that was through Title I, Title III.
The other thing that I would caution us moving forward is, since this is just, bringing forward some information, I would just caution us, Dr. Moore, to make sure that we do not do anything that is out of compliance with House Bill, statute now, 241 and 1557, which is the Parents' Rights in Education and the Parents' Bill of Rights, because anything that has to deal with the mental health of students has to go through parents, and parents need to give the permission, obviously, for anything that has to deal with mental health. So I would just caution, I certainly, will keep a keen eye on that, and I hope district staff, along with our council, will make sure that we don't implement anything that will violate statute.
Is that all?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Dr. Schiff?
I'm going to choose my words carefully here. I am going to profoundly disagree with Mrs. Rosario on a number of topics. The idea, first off, I want to thank this committee. Those of you who put your time, your effort, your hard work, your thoughtfulness, your diligence into this, I profoundly and deeply thank you. To disregard the work of this committee deeply saddens me. I personally feel that the work of this committee confirms and affirms everything that I have been saying and communicating in this district since December. I believe Mrs. Dampierre can attest to that. Dr. Moore and others can attest to that. I have been pushing for mental health supports since around November or December, and I'm looking forward to the report I know we will be seeing next month. I have been asking regularly about that. That will provide for the board and others watching exactly the data from the district supporting many of the recommendations of this committee. And the reason I know that is because I've been having this conversation ongoingly. This is not the first time I have heard about or talked about mental health in this district. The information received by this committee is not new. It is not specific to this district. It is not specific to Florida. For example, on the CDC website, more than 1 in 3 high school students, over 37% experienced poor mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, 44.2% of students experienced persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness. Almost 20% seriously considered suicide and 9% attempted suicide during the 12 months before this survey. This was published in early April of this year. So to disregard or minimize the fact that mental health is one of the most serious, if not the most serious, issues facing schools, school districts, and school boards today is a disservice to our students and our work. So forgive me if I'm getting a little emotional about this, but I could not possibly feel more strongly about this. I have had at least 2 parents within the last 3 or 4 months tell me about their students who have attempted suicide. This is not acceptable, it's not okay, and if we are not doing everything we can in service of student and adult mental health in our district, then I don't know what else we should be doing. Because students cannot learn, and basic academic needs cannot be met if basic mental health and other support needs are not met. I cannot possibly say that strongly enough. And to the issue of politicizing or bringing in statute, of course we're agreeing with, of course we are following statute, of course we are following law and policy, and to imply we are doing differently, Mrs. Rosario, is an insult to this board and this district. I'm going to get off my high horse now for a minute, and I'm going to ask some direct and specific questions about your presentation. I'm going to go back to Dr. Shafty, and then I'm going to move on to Mrs. Clem. You also said, Dr. Shafty, in your comments about a couple of things about peer counseling. And you suggested that some of our most successful high school students who we've been celebrating lately could be supports and peer mentors in a variety of ways to support elementary students transitioning into middle school and our middle school students. What I'd like to understand about that best is it's often difficult for students to hear about experiences that are not their own or the moment that they're in. And I say that from the experience of a parent and as somebody who talks to a lot of students. My experience doesn't necessarily translate into theirs. So how do we create dialogue that engages students and has them see themselves in what's possible about the students who have come before them? And I'm going to add one thing to that, and then I'm going to let you respond. Because the other piece of that, what I originally heard you say and then realized wasn't what you were saying, was direct peer-to-peer support among, for example, middle school students supporting middle school students. What I then heard you were saying was older students coming back and talking to younger students, which is sometimes a tricky transition, right? Because they don't, and I have this conversation a lot with my own 18-year-old, who only understands from the perspective of an 18-year-old, right? A 12-year-old understands from the perspective of a 12-year-old, not a 17-year-old, because they can't see themselves there. So how do we make these conversations meaningful and relevant to students in a way that pulls them forward?
Yeah.
That was a long-winded way of saying that.
No, those are really great questions. The group went back and forth considerably when they were looking at the cohort mathematics data. They started to problem solve, and I think it's important to know that there was tremendous problem solving that these members went through. Not only did they request data, but then specialists from certain offices came out to help them make sense of it, and then the recommendations were made. So when they were talking specifically about peer-to-peer mentoring, a root cause that they anticipated is you have some students who have the potential, but maybe their friend group or their friend circle does not embrace academics or high achievement. So that's really where that recommendation stemmed from, is if a high school student could talk them through potentially of, you know, I wish you could understand the ramification of a social decision that you're making because it will impact you in the high school setting. So that's where that came from, and they really thought, very intentionally, of piloting this specifically for your 6th graders, and maybe even at one school. But then they said, we don't want to define what this would look like at the one school. If the one school is chosen and it's said site, let's speak with the principals, let's speak with student council, let's speak with the student groups to really customize what that would look like for that school. They went back and forth to say, let's outline this, but our schools are so different and our middle schools are so different that they found themselves at a little bit of a standstill on what it could look like. But they felt like socially the peer pressures that our students face, To have somebody who has just recently gone through that and seen successes from not doing what the cool thing is to do could really resonate with some of our middle school students.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
and I see and experience a lot of that as a parent as well, in decisions that I see my own and other children making based on social decisions and not necessarily academic decisions. So that's a really great distinction. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That also relates to, you mentioned a speaking series showcasing successful adults in the community. And one of the things, and this has come up before, and it's similar to the way in which students, middle school students can't necessarily hear high school students, they can even less hear adults. And so we talk sometimes about doing assemblies and doing forums on issues that are meaningful and relevant to the community and that we as adults see as big challenges in our community. But the way we talk about them isn't always the way that a student can hear them or that a youth can hear them. So I'd also look forward to hearing from the community how we create these adult-driven conversations in language and experience that our young students can hear.
Absolutely.
Right? Because, yeah, right. I mean, I talk to teenagers all the time, and it's all well and good, and they're polite to me. But right, they can't relate to my experience, and they don't know that I've been there, done that, lived it, and I know the implications, but they can't hear that.
Yeah,
So, it's a huge part of how we do this.
sure.
Can I keep going, Mrs. Berenborg? I have questions for Mrs. Clem.
Sure.
Okay. I want to be conscious of my time, so I'm checking in. But these issues, all the issues that you're raising are so near and dear to my heart and what I believe to be the foundation of the work that I do here, that I feel really gratified to hear this and have a lot to say about it. I would have to say that a lot of what you're talking about is probably the reason I ran for this job in the first place, is culture and climate. Because if we cannot create successful academics if we do not have a successful culture and climate foundation. If people don't feel safe in our schools, if they don't feel welcomed in our schools, if they don't have relationships and feel a part of the community that we're building. And this is foundational to that. Mrs. Klim, I really appreciate your comments from your working group, I'll call it, I don't know if there was a name, committee, about mental wellness for teachers and teachers and staff, and that you looked at data, a variety of data supporting that. I've been asking about that for a while, and it's we are very driven by the needs of our students, as well we should be. But I tend to use this analogy a lot, and it's true. It's like when you get on the airplane, right? And when you're taking off, they say if there's a drop in cabin pressure, put on your mask first before helping your child next to you. If we don't give oxygen to our adults, they cannot give it to our kids. And so I'm looking forward, because I know the presentation in June is going to address some of that, is how we're supporting our adults. I'm really looking forward to hearing some specific recommendations about that, because I'm not clear that everybody will come to us with those, right? It's hard to come to the board or to the district for many of the reasons that you mentioned. Fear of speaking out, fear of retaliation, fear of being vulnerable, fear of expressing a need. And so I hope that that information will be solicited and communicated to your committee so that it can get to us. I know that's something I want to work on. The other thing that I've been talking about a lot since December is this issue of staffing and mental health needs. And Dr. Moore and others know that I raise this a lot in our conversations. Your recommendation that we have mental health specialists in every school, I couldn't agree with more. I've done my own research on that, and I agree with you that that is a profound need. I know we have been short-staffed in mental health this year, and I know that I've been pushing that we add, right, he's laughing because it's like he's sick of me hearing it already. That we're pushing to organize our upcoming budget in ways that prioritize the mental health of our adults as well as our students. And some of that is exactly as you say, getting mental health specialists in every school. Maybe it's shifting the credentialing so that we can spend less money for more people with different qualifications. The idea, you mentioned that as a teacher, sometimes what you might want is just like a day to get your room organized, right? Or a day to stay after. Is there a way, and this is as much to Dr. Moore and Ms. Dampierre and everyone else as well, that we could set up some form of like internship where students or members of the community could actually come in and help teachers with some of those very basic needs, right? That they just don't have time for, but it doesn't take a degree to put the books on the shelf, to hang art on the walls, right? And maybe we could create some community connection where that's a volunteer opportunity or that's an internship opportunity. Or something, right? That would take some pressure off the teachers too.
That's a great idea. It kind of goes to that recommendation we have of having the community more involved. You know, I use the example of, you know, free membership to the museum, but it could be something like that also.
There's so many different, I'm actually really looking forward to having you come back with some of those very specific recommendations to see what we can do. Is it a membership to the museum? Is it yoga classes? Is it having somebody set up your room? Is it, you know, somebody coming, there's a whole variety of ways we could do it. I also really appreciate your connection of that to retention. One of the things I know I've asked Dr. Moore for a number of times is to look at our retention data for the last 5 years so that we can see if there's a shift and to what degree there's a shift. You may have this data and have already looked at it. I haven't seen it, but have requested it. Because I want to see, you're right, the exit surveys aren't good, right? So we don't always get the information about why people are leaving, just that they're leaving. So the only information we have is if there has been stability, an increase or a decrease in the fact that people are leaving, but not the cause of their leaving. So I wanted to dig into that, and I hope perhaps that could be some of your work as well. Yeah, and I guess I wind up having more comments. I thought it was more questions, but I was scribbling things down. It's a lot more comments than questions. But the idea of parent engagement, I can't read my own writing here. I know it doesn't say, does it say lessons? You said parent.
Liaisons.
Liaisons, thank you. I can't read my writing. I was scribbling really fast. Parent engagement liaisons, I think, is a terrific idea. PD on parent engagement. You know, we have so many different types of parents with really different needs in this community, and not all of them are able to get here to express themselves. And so how do we reach out to them? I do appreciate the idea of a survey, frankly. I think that would be helpful. I think we will learn that there's actually more of a need in more ways than we've thought of rather than less. Also, to your point about the money that's out there, another thing that I feel like I've advocated for since I got to this board is a grant writer, is somebody who's specific, again, you know, Dr. Moore may roll his eyes at that one because I've been saying that one a lot too.
Board at our next meeting.
Hallelujah. Thank you. Because I agree with you, there's so much money out there that we are not accessing because either we don't know it's there, we don't have the capacity to write the grant, or we haven't put together the basic information to be able to push grants out quickly and easily. So I appreciate your affirming that that's a need. And Dr. Moore, thank you for letting me know that because I have really, really wanted that for a while. All right, I guess that was more, that was more comments than questions, sorry. But I really value the information and the engagement and the work that you've all done. So thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Barenborg.
Sure, my turn. All right. So Dr. Shafty and Mrs. Klim, thank you for presenting. I'd like to say a big, huge thank you to the committee because I think they did work with data. I think that they worked with staff to interpret data, which I think is important. Thank you for doing that and having the insight to do that. And to make recommendations to the board, which is exactly what's happening. The recommendation then is made to the board. The board gives recommendations to the superintendent, and I'm hearing a survey. I agree. I think hearing from more parents is really important. But I appreciate the hard work that went in to get that baseline done, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think the 3 toughest years for a parent and a student is those transition times. Kindergarten, of course, you know, I remember I had a boohoo breakfast as a principal, and it wasn't for the kids, it was for the moms after the kids went to kindergarten, you know, and they cry. So that's important that parents get that support. What's it like to have a kindergartner going to school and you know, all of a sudden you don't have that little one near you all the time. Same thing for parents going to 6th grade. You know, they love elementary school. 5th grade is one of the best years ever. But then when they go to 6th grade, oh my goodness, I have a middle schooler now. And again, parents need support on that as much as the kids need support. They don't know what to expect from middle school. So I think that's important that we're doing that for both kids and for parents. The third one is 9th grade. I think when they go to 9th grade, that's a whole new animal. They are now focused on what are they going to do after school. You know, when school's done, they're looking at that, oh my goodness, the end of the tunnel is coming quickly, and we need to know what we're going to do to support our child in life so that they're successful. So I applaud you for looking at those 3 really critical areas. Mental wellness, I think, and I'm hearing this from all kinds of media, not just one particular media. It's out there. Obviously, the pandemic has hit our kids hard. I met a parent last week who told me about the struggles she went through with her daughter trying to commit suicide in our school district. And it didn't happen in the school, of course, but it was a parent in our schools. So I know that even if it's just one, we need to focus on that. It's important. We also need to feed the teachers. You know, there's a book on that. And I read the book when I became a principal. I don't know if you did, Peggy, but it's an important book to feed the teachers in order for the teachers to be able to be good for kids. We are losing teachers left and right, not just here across the nation. There's an attack on our profession. As a teacher myself, I feel attacked. And I feel that we need to support the people that we want to educate our children. And we need to, yes, tell them, hey, we want you to do the right things, but we also need to support them to do those right things. So we need to look at it both ways. Couple questions I have now that I've gotten off my soapbox. So the mental health services that you talked about, there are mental health services that are available to employees. I think it's called, is it EPA?
EAP.
EAP, okay. I knew I had the letters, I just didn't know which ones. But is that available to all teachers or just ones that have insurance? All teachers. And I don't know if a lot of teachers know about that. When I was a principal and I had a teacher that had a crisis going on, I would point them in that direction. And I think that that's important, that we need to get that word out, that teachers have that service available for them and for their whole family, actually. But I agree with you that we need to educate that more and get the communication out. So with that understanding, I have some concerns about, if we had mental health workshops, concerns about confidentiality and how that's portrayed. People are afraid to come out about a personal situation that's going on in their home in front of other people. So I think a presentation about it where, hey, these are offered, and then follow up with somebody one-on-one is probably the way to go. I know I would feel more comfortable with that if I were the parent and I was sitting there. I think that's great, but just keep that in mind. If we're going to do things like that, we need to make sure that we're making people feel comfortable to go and comfortable to receive that information.
Yeah, we talked about that too, because there are concerns about that. And when we did talk about the workshops, we talked about them as a specific topic. So is your child perhaps struggling with anxiety? Are you perhaps struggling? You could come to this workshop and we can give you a few tips on how to help your student with that. It wasn't about, everyone go around in a circle and tell us your personal history, because we understand that. But.
The other concern I have, and this might get to politics too, let's just face it, that happens. A summit for mental health community and groups. My concern is which groups? Who would we have come and speak? We have a lot of support in this community. We have all kinds of different groups out there that are willing to help and how they help. But then sometimes politics gets in the middle of that. So we need to be really sensitive about that when we're talking about working with the school districts. So my concern is, how would we determine which community groups? Anybody have an answer on that one?
Well, in our group alone, we had a representative from the Mental Health Association and the Mental Health Collaborative. We were focusing more on those kind of organizations that are professional, that actually do the work in the community. But again, that's up to the to the board and the superintendent to determine who those groups are.
Also, just so you're aware, Mrs. Bass, she's actually in the audience. She's been working very diligently on this subject, and we already have a date that we're working on, October 22nd, from 10 to 1 at the ELC, that she has been working on with vendors, part of the Shack. Mrs. Bass, do you want to come up and say a few words about it? Yes, please come on up. So this is something that we just didn't want to do it in the spring. We wanted to do something in the fall, and it will be on a weekend, on a Saturday, where parents will be a part of that. So.
Okay, so it's going to be called Wild About Wellness, and it's going to be at the Environmental Learning Center on October 22nd, like she said. So we're going to have all of our community partners from all the agencies that partner with the mental health department now. And they're going to have different stations set up where the students can do an activity based on something about the environment, and also tying that to your, overall wellness. And then we'll have a few rooms there, she showed us, where we can have like workshops for parents. If you are interested in hearing from an expert about childhood depression or anxiety, we're going to have some guest speakers. They're doing that as well. So it's going to be a great time, and we're excited.
And this is first of many, so it's not just one activity, one and done. We'll have one in the spring as well. But we welcome input from, community members as well, because this is all about us working together as a system to ensure that our students and our staff get what they need. The supports are there.
Okay. I'm not done. That's okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Parent engagement liaisons. I was lucky enough when I was a principal, turning around and after school, that it needed a lot of support. It needed a lot of community support. And one of the things that I found was sometimes, the principal's trying to work on academics and achievement and, managing the school. And it's too much sometimes, with all the other aspects. You're shaking your head, you knew my situation. So one thing that happened for us, which I thought was great, is we became a community school. And we were able to, for example, I had a child that was just off the chain having trouble with discipline. And come to find out, he had serious dental issues, which I brought up before. But once we were able to get him with a community partner and get him the help he needed, I never had a problem with that child like that before again. So it really does help the principal at the school to get those supports to be able to help kids to function in school and do what we need them to do, is to focus on their academics and be successful in school. So I think that liaison is important. I like that idea. I think they need to be well connected to what is available for urgent things just like that. That's just one example. So when you have a child maybe that's thinking about suicide, what is it that they need to do to help? And does the principal need to be involved? Confidentiality, again, is an issue. So we need to work out all those things to be able to say, what lane does everybody run in? I think that's an important thing. So we need to be very careful with that so it's not gray. And, that's one of my biggest things is confidentiality, I think, for parents. And they want support, but we need to be able to be very, very careful in giving that support. So I appreciate all your recommendations. I think there's a lot to look at, a lot to think about, and I look forward to what superintendent's going to come back with. I saw some other hands up. Dr. Jones.
Again, thank you to the committee. I attended a couple meetings, and I really saw something that I thought was very powerful. This committee is not the same old thing. I know what the same old thing is. I lived it for many, many years. The same old thing was when we were telling our parents what to do. This is this committee giving up every minute of their time, many, many hours, informing us what they think we should do. So this is not the same old thing at all. I was part of that transition as a middle school principal from 5th to 6th, and then as a high school principal from 8th to 9th. Tough transitions. We started some summer programs where kids came in the summer from everything, introducing them to their lockers, the teachers who were there, the map of the school, and it was really cool. But those 2 transition periods are the most important, and also, like Ms. Berenborg said, and I was one of those parents who cried when they went into
The boo-boo
kindergarten.
breakfast, yeah.
My twins, oh my gosh. So I see this as something that, informing the board, informing the superintendent, what could we do? The whole child is so important. We all know if the students feel they're in a safe learning environment, better expectations will happen. And I know we've talked about state statute and politics, and of course we have to follow state statute. But when we put politics over the wellness of a child, we shouldn't be sitting in these seats. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to just touch a little bit about what Dr. Schiff mentioned earlier, just to be clear. She said that I disregarded the work of the committee, and I want to be clear, if we rewind my initial statement, I was very clear when I said that I was not disregarding the work of the committee. So please, if you're in the audience, please rewind that so you can see that. I also thank the committee for their hard work in working together, actually, in doing all that they did in this area of the task force climate. So let's be clear about that. This is how lies happen, when you twist words for your own platform, because I never said that I disrespected their work or that I
And you
disregarded
told them all the
their
reasons
work.
their work was irrelevant and didn't matter. I'll stop.
Okay, so as I continue, I do not disregard the work of the committee, nor do I think that the committee's work was thankless or in vain. It is absolutely important. What I did say, however, was that we need to be data-driven. What I did say is that we need to make decisions with the data of all of the committee, of all of our parents, or at least make the effort to reach out to all of our parents, so that we can actually receive that information and make good decisions that way. That's what I said. So there is no way at all did I say also that mental health was not important. I want to be clear. I never said mental health was not important. I never said that I wasn't on board with supporting teachers and students in the areas of mental health. But I want to be cautious on how we move forward, because we do have statutes, we do have bills, we do have also the Department of Education who passed a rule requiring every Florida public school to provide students in grades 6 through 12 at least 5 hours of mental health instruction each year. So there are things already in place that, for this in particular, I don't know where the direction is of the district. The superintendent hasn't had this conversation, at least with this board member, on this issue. But where does that fall into these recommendations? I didn't hear that in these recommendations, which I'm assuming is a little bit different from it. But we are working in that direction, and so is the Department of Education, identifying the importance of mental health. But what I was trying to say was that we have to receive parent input. We have to receive. With regard to the same old thing, making decisions without parents' input and involvement, that would be the same old thing. Making decisions without parental involvement or input would be the same old thing. Making decisions without looking at data would be the same old thing. We can't do that. We need to receive the data. We need the input. The other thing that I wanted to clarify is there was another statement that said that I implied we would not follow statute. That is not at all correct either. What I said was we just need to be sure that we are following statute, not that we don't or that we are intending to do. So on that, I will end my comments.
Okay.
Again, the board, to the board, Madam Chair, we would like to say thank you. And I think one more of our members did show up. If there are others, please stand as well. But Mr. Freddie Woolfork.
Hey, Freddie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, just want to thank the committee, and let me assure all who are watching, who are listening, this is probably one of the most data-driven districts that I've ever seen. And for those staff members, a number of which who are here, who went and problem solved with this team. Thank you very much. We have always strived and always will continue to strive to be extremely public with our practice, meaning we don't function in a silo. We don't do things in isolation. We want to be bold and courageous in what we're doing, and we want to look and explore how you create a public education system to meet the needs of today's kids. And you cannot do that without input from individuals such as these. Those who will challenge your thinking, those who will say, I respectfully disagree, those who will say, you've been doing it this way for 100 years and it isn't working, but let's try this. That's the dialogue. That's the conversation that's taking place at meetings like this, and we need to continue to replicate this practice. This builds partnership. This builds a community that is in full support of its education system and allows us to engage in the dialogue to create what is a world-class education system. We're not where we want to be. I don't think there's a public education system that is where it needs to be. But this allows us to take a major step forward. So as we re-envision and recreate solutions to what are current problems that look significantly different than they did 2 years ago, we have to be open and honest to receive this information. I don't think anyone has ever said anything about anything that I have led about being the same old thing. We will listen and we will create and we will take the synergy of the individuals, the collective intelligence of this organization, which we're highlighting today, and create new ways of ensuring that we will be a world-class education system. And that's on everybody. It's on board members, it's on staff, it's on community, it's on employees, that we come together, put all differences aside and say we are going to be in service of the school system, which is ultimately in service of students. Thank you to the committee. Thank you for staff for going above and beyond, as you always do, to work with our community in creating solutions. Next item is going to be set up by Mr. Meyer, and we are glad that Mr. Meyer is back with us.
To the chair, thank you, Dr. Moore. Yes, it is great to be back. While I was out, I'm very, very, very fortunate to have a phenomenal team who had my back throughout that. I'm going to invite them to help present at this time. Ms. Emerson, where'd you go? You're going first, right? We've got a whole team here, and that's what it takes, and they do a great job of pulling together. So.
Well, I must say I am honored to be here, a part of this extraordinary team that has helped reshape and expand offerings for certification throughout Indian River. I am hopeful that as we recognize that we are stronger together, that we take this information out and we share the story of Indian River County with our community and our stakeholders. We have so much to be proud of when it comes to career and technical education and post-secondary offerings. What you will hear today is we are hitting new record highs of certifications being received and earned. Community partnerships are being cultivated on new levels, and we have additional offerings being made through the lens of career and tech. This layered support and outside-the-box thinking has truly been a collaborative effort between the district and the community. From adding 2 brand new opportunities tied to summer learning with our Drone Innovation Camp, an Entrepreneur Camp in partnership with Junior Achievement that weaves through all of CTE. Whether it is a culinary student that wants to learn how to create their own food truck, or students learning that an entrepreneurial mindset can be applied to not just owning their own business, but making a product better. Our students are diving deeper into this learning, and we have even built community partnerships even stronger with Career Source with the Manufacturing Boot Camp. What I want to share is that we are serving more students than ever before in ways that we never dreamed of previously, beyond the school day, into summer, and in extended learning. These partnerships are growing beyond just our CTE program as we find even more ways and pathways with our partners. Just last week, we had an opportunity from graduation to career to partner with Piper Aircraft. Both our guidance teams at Sebastian River High School and Vero Beach High School took part in this new career collaboration that allowed us to bring graduating seniors on tour of the Piper facility, hearing about current job openings and leading to, on the spot, 24 students signing up for interviews to a career they never dreamed of. I'm excited for the CTE team to get a few minutes today to share the process of the comprehensive local needs assessment, share how decisions are made for our district with vast stakeholder input, see how Tctc is expanding offerings over the next 2 years. We're very excited about that. And I would like to turn this over to a very exciting team. I've really enjoyed working with both of you. Our CTE specialist at Vero Beach High School, Tom Lang, and our CTE specialist at Sebastian River High School, Christine Burr.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emerson. I know you got me excited.
Woo! Nope.
There we go. Okay. So in order to evaluate our programs on a continual basis and to make sure our students are receiving the best education and programmatic specialties that we have within our CTE program, we have to go through this process that is, it is really guided by the Perkins 5 grant, which is a federal grant that is given to, then distributed to the states, and the states have to come up with a process in which to get those funds to the districts and then monitor the validity of the programs at each district. So that's pretty much the idea behind Perkins 5 and the CLNA. So the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment, there are a lot of acronyms in CTE. So if you guys ever see something, just send us an email. We could probably, we'll try our best but sometimes it's just plain acronyms. In Florida, CLNA must be conducted every 2 years. We were one of the first districts to take this up in 2019 with the CLNA process, and we had to just do one this year. The CLNA is used to identify performance enrollment and recruitment gaps in CTE programs, not just with students, but with teachers as well. The goal is to improve the quality of local CTE decisions made about programs, expenses, plans, and plans so that students have better career outcomes. The Perkins funds may only be used on needs identified through the CLNA. So yes, we get a sum of money through Perkins or for Perkins every year, but we have to spend them in accordance to what our CLNA process brings forth. Okay, so you could see the CTE programs assessed here. There are 12 different ones. We have some programs that are both at Vero Beach High School and Sebastian River High School, but that overlap, such as digital design, culinary arts, biotechnology, marketing, nursing, and automotive. And then some that are just at each school. So aerospace technologies is at Sebastian, which is placed in accordance with the aerospace technology hub, which is Melbourne. And the aviation assembly and fabrication is placed at Vero Beach, obviously because we are very close to Piper and other industry at the airport. Business management analysis is at Vero Beach High School. Digital video is at Vero Beach High School. Drafting is at Vero Beach High School. Yeah, so that's our programs that we had to go through all the data, pick it apart with our CLNA team. These are the members of our CLNA team. There's 30 that you will see up there. We were just looking at some of these names, and we have actually it's a really diverse group with some members on that committee that actually have students in CTE programs. So it was, over the 5 meetings that we had, we had input from everywhere you can imagine. And just really good, our meetings were only supposed to last an hour and a half, but with questioning and discussion, they would often last well past that, so. Okay, so the outcomes for the CLNA, we didn't necessarily see any need to eliminate any of the programs offered at Sebastian River High School or Vero Beach High School. But we did come up with, the CLNA committee did come up with some ideas that we looked into, and digital design, the programs at each school must work to improve the size, scope, and quality, and in order to return to compliance. And just a quick note, if they're not in compliance, we need to come up with a plan to get them there. Since the digital design was scheduled to be closed, we have to make sure that we're recruiting effectively and filling those classes with students and making sure that the scope and quality of the education meets the size as well. The advisory groups also determined if there is a similar program that would satisfy job demand and high skill, high wage. They wanted to see more of a connection with the local community and making sure that we had community stakeholders that were going to be in need of the skills that these students would come out of this program with. The culinary programs at each school must improve passing rates on the industry certification exams. We had lots of conversation about how, how tough this exam is, and the fact that we are seeing an increase, but we're still not at 50%. Our teachers are working really hard right now to make sure that we are trying every way we can to get there, and advisory groups will explore whether hospitality would be best for our students in the programs moving forward. And then lastly, kind of hitting on the advisory groups, just so you guys know, an advisory committee is for each program needs to have an advisory committee meeting each semester. And that advisory committee can be any of us on that advisory committee. It could be business leaders within that particular scope. So culinary would be a restaurant or a caterer. And also students and parents are also involved. Christine, she had an amazing with cybersecurity with students involved, and that was really eye-opening, especially to the stakeholders that were there, because they got to hear directly from the students what they need. So it was pretty cool. Okay. And then here's Christy.
Good afternoon. Treasure Coast Technical College also receives Carl Perkins grants. So as an institution that receives those funds, we also have to participate in a comprehensive local needs assessment. So these are the 6 programs that were reviewed as part of the comprehensive local needs assessment for us.
Hi, good afternoon. What you see is some of the highlights that is either happening or already happened within CTE this school year. The first one up there, the Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Symposium. It was a wonderful event. It was to enhance the entrepreneurship within our programs as a whole, and all the programs, CTE programs, had representatives there so parents could see what is going to happen. Manufacturing Boot Camp, that's the, for the Career Source, that's our partnership. It's held at Tctc. We have even girls involved in that one this year. It's gonna happen in June. The Drone Summer Camp, that one's at Sebastian River High School. That is the one that was mentioned. We're trying to get more students involved with the aerospace tech and have a little bit of fun over the summer with the drone camp. It is through the Rural Innovation Grant, and students begin by learning the concepts of flight and aerospace technologies. These concepts will then be applied to coding and planning flight plans to industrial applications and solve real-world problems. I went in, because it is through Rural Innovation, I physically went to the Boys and Girls Club in Fellsmere to market it, to try to reach some of our rural students. We also marketed first to Sebastian River Middle School because that is the pipeline coming from Fellsmere. Once we went through Sebastian River Middle School, we hit all the other students, all the other middle schools, and right now we have about almost 50 students planning on attending the drone camp at Sebastian from all the middle schools, and we even included private schools We have Imagine students in there, so it's quite going to be a great event. 2 instructors are there, one from the high school, Sebastian, one from Sebastian from middle school. We are using Next Wave STEM drone coding through Tello, which I had brought a Tello drone. We have 24 Tello drones that we're going to be using with our students, and also each student is going to have the opportunity to take the recreational UAS safety test or the trust test in order to earn their recreational certificate of completion. And this is a certification that is required to fly recreationally all ages. So we want to make sure our kids are in compliance with FAA. So we are going to have them go through that certification. Yeah.
I think I need that one. Okay, and then the Entrepreneurship Summer Camp is going to be held at Vero Beach High School. Students and teachers will go through 3 separate curriculums from junior achievement with the ultimate goal of kind of figuring out more so what an entrepreneur is, thinking of getting more of the idea, the mindset behind being an entrepreneur, and the overcoming some barriers that they may face into coming up with a business plan and model. Then lastly, they will create one and then create a pitch, which they will then pitch here on June 27th to our sharks with the hope of having their project come to fruition. We have 15 students with backgrounds that are, I mean, I don't know if we can get a more diverse group from a rising 7th grade girl that already has her business in place and wants,
She makes $30,000 a year already.
It's crazy. No, she's going to be a shark and just start buying the other ideas. Yeah, we have, and then we have students that are coming into 9th grade that already have a business plan, or so they think, and they want to hone their skills in. And then we also are going to have even kind of students that are further along that have been through business class at Vero Beach High School, have already gone through a pitch like this last week. So it's going to be a fun process. Our 2 teachers, one is from Storm Grove Middle School and one is from Vero Beach High School, and we're really excited about that. We're really, this was through the entrepreneurship grant that we received, a $50,000 grant that helped us put on the ecosystem symposium, and we'll put on this camp and make sure we have everything that we need going forward. Hopefully catapulting into the future and keeping this idea of the entrepreneurial mindset within our CTE classes and then our schools as a whole. Lastly on there, one of the things that Christine and I are very proud of is the fact that our teachers have, even in a trying year, yes, they are tired, I heard that comment before, in a trying year, we went from 280 or so certifications at Vero Beach High School to I just got the updated number this morning, we are at 466. We are going to hit 500 by the end of the year. And then Sebastian, crushing it.
Yep, 439.
Wow. So with the update.
There you go. Awesome.
Just so you guys, board, just so you guys know, these certifications, these are industry standard certifications, which also is part of the CLNA process. They need to have a certification tied to the course. We have some teachers going, they're pretty much all of them are really just in it to win it by trying to figure out different pathways for our students to not just earn one certification, but multiple certifications. And it's really awesome to see how these students are progressing through the course and seeing a pathway into their career. One instance that I have of that is in our drafting class, we have a teacher that is, he was born before sliced bread. And that's what I'll tell you. And this year he decided that he was going to offer a second certification to his seniors because he wanted them to work towards something. And 10 out of 13 have received it so far, and I think he's going to hit 13 out of 13. And last Thursday, as we were just finalizing this presentation, he said that he is going to do He really wants to meet with me next week so we can go over how they can get a drone certification, because that's what the construction industry is asking for their project managers to have, which would be amazing. So it's that kind of outside-the-box thinking that this team has, but also our teachers, which is really amazing. So.
And our students in automotive, we have one that's earned this year 9 certifications. What's interesting is that teacher is allowing that student to continue on and moving fast, not slowing them down just because to wait up for other students. They keep moving forward and allow that student to get as many as he can. So he actually went past the automotive and now is in diesel certifications, just so we can continue on with this particular student. But all the students in there are gaining momentum and just want to earn everything they can.
And then lastly, on the industry certification note, within that number is included a couple of certifications that we had aligned to our science classes. One of the recommendations that came out within our CLNA process is we used to have agricultural programs in our high schools. And although it would be great to have them, we don't know if we would be able to support them within our schools, and it's something that we're going to have to look at for the future. But one of the ways that we wanted to make sure that we had certifications and/or instruction that was geared towards agriculture to see if we can fit that in, and we have. One of the certifications that we have within our ecology classes or environmental classes is a Ducks Unlimited Conservation certification, which is really, really cool. If you go and look at this, it's definitely something I would like to take, where students have to think about where a drop of water falls and how it gets to a river or an ocean and what it can collect, unfortunately, on the way there and how to mitigate that. And everything from recognizing waterfowl to alligators and crocodiles, the difference. It's a pretty vast certification, but we have had some students take it so far, and we've had some success, and we look to move forward with this in the future. Within our marine science classes, students are taking the aquaculture technician class. Aquaculture technicians are very desired, not only throughout the state, but within our community as well. And basically, this is a certification that workers or employees would have to go through in order to work in those particular labs, or if the shrimp farm out in Fellsmere, they have to have that certification to go through and continue on. So these are marine science students taking the certification, and it's I never thought I would learn so much about farming alligators, but we have. And Christine, you want to talk about?
Sebastian High School also piloted a new certification within the biotechnology program called the Agriculture Biotechnology Specialist certification. The students love it. We have a large number of students testing on Wednesday. Currently, we did a small group of 9 students, and 8 of them passed. So they are getting more specific information on agriculture through biotechnology program. So hopefully on Wednesday, we'll see how those students do, but I have a feeling it's going to be a great turnout.
Okay, so going back to review Treasure Coast Technical College and our role in the CLNA, there were no recommendations from the CLNA to eliminate any of the programs that are currently offered at Tctc, and that is because 5 out of the 6 programs are meeting all performance metrics for Perkins. Our medical assisting program will need to continue to grow and add hours. Right now, it's currently offered at 765 hours, and for it to be fully implemented, it would need to reach 1,300 hours. We have added 200 hours. Previously, last year, we offered the program at 565, so we are making progress and steps towards a fully implemented Perkins program. You do not have to be fully implemented to receive Perkins funds. You just have to be working towards full implementation. Part of the reason why we historically have not offered the full program is our students were passing the industry certification exam at 565, and they were becoming employed. So, as I mentioned, we are moving towards full implementation, but we do have tremendous success with it at 765 hours. And I worked with DOE in order to get it approved at the 765 hour. All right, so future Tctc programs. In 2022-23, we will be offering early childhood education. This will give us an opportunity to grow our own within the district and get our students interested in opportunities in education. We all know how important that is right now. These students will have the opportunity to earn their Child Development Associate. So we're very excited about that. We've partnered with Brook Flood and the pre-K program in order for those students to be able to go into those classrooms to do their observation hours. We will also be adding heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration. That's kind of a mouthful. That program will be open to both dual enrollment students and adult students. We live in Florida. We know the need for HVAC technicians. There is an ongoing need. We all enjoy being in the AC. So right now, we already have 4 dual enrollment students who have signed up for that program next year, so we're excited about that and looking forward to that. And then in 23-24, we will be offering a professional culinary arts and hospitality program. This will be for both dual enrollment and adults. We've got some retrofitting of our current kitchen space to do, and that will be taking place over the next year. Again, we live in a community that offers a lot of tourism. We have a lot of visitors to our area who utilize restaurants. We also have residents who belong to private clubs, so there is a constant ongoing need for individuals in this sector. And then we will also be offering surgical technology, another program that we're very excited about, another high demand, high skill wage program that is in demand. Cleveland Clinic currently has several openings for this position, and they are requiring current OB techs to get their surgical technology certification. So there is a local demand for that as well. And then some of the highlights for Treasure Coast Technical College. Our 2021 overall program completion rate was 86%. And last year was a rough year, coming back from COVID, but I think we performed well. We also had an overall industry certification pass rate of 85%. And during last year, we also went through our reaffirmation visit with the Council on Occupational Education, and we were reaffirmed to 2026. And this is important that we maintain our accreditation, because what that accreditation does also is it maintains us to have Title IV Pell Grant funding for our students. Without a Council on Occupational Education accreditation, we would not be able to offer federal financial aid. So those two things are tied. And then we also were awarded the Best Practical Nursing Program in Florida per Nursing School Almanac. So that was a great accolade for us. I have a wonderful practical nursing staff who works very hard to ensure that those students get what they need and are successful at passing the NCLEX, which is the licensure exam for practical nursing.
And I just want to brag on Christy and Tctc for a second, because there's a couple highlights in there that she didn't put that I just want to recognize. So last week, there were 2 different events that were held at Tctc. There was actually 3 different events that were held at Tctc. One of them was a job fair for the nursing program, and what I was able to see was 8 different local community hospital organizations went in and were fighting over the students that are graduating or are going to be recent graduates of the program there at Tctc. And the students had an opportunity to get interview skills, collect feedback from these different community organizations. And I was watching as they were fighting over several of them. They also had an honor society induction ceremony there, which was fantastic. And then their welding program had a showcase. And once again, they had local community groups coming in looking to hire our students directly from the welding program. So kudos to Treasure Coast Technical College, and I can't say this enough, we need to continue to go out and share our story of what is being offered, because we are offering so much, and we need to make sure if people in the community don't know, it's because we're not sharing. And so we need to be our biggest advocates and continue to shine light on all of these ways that we're going from graduation to career in Indian River County.
Thank you, Mrs. Emerson. That was very kind of you to say that. I wanted to share, these are some photos from some of the highlights. You'll see in the center, that was our last graduation ceremony. On Earth Day, we also did a campus beautification project where we planted several plants around the campus and got the students involved. You'll see a picture from last year of our previous welder showcase. It was a great event again this year. I was fortunate to have 3 of you come out and attend, and I think you witnessed that for yourselves. So thank you very much again for attending. Our students have also participated in Mlk Day of Service. One of them is there reading to kindergarten students. We had a wonderful celebration on our campus during CTE Month, where we recognized CTE Month, Black History Month. Jocelyn Darasaw came and we celebrated her and the fact that she is now 100 years old, and she is a pillar in the Gifford community. She was the first PTA president at Gifford High School, so we had a wonderful celebration around her and all of the wonderful things that she has done. We have several events coming up. We have a professional development for our teachers that's being put on our campus by ACE of Florida, which is Adult Community Educators of Florida, because I have instructors who teach adults, and often they do not get those types of professional development that are geared towards adults. So we will be hosting that on our campus. And then, of course, we will have graduation on May 25th at Vero Beach High School in the Performing Arts Center. So I hope to see all of you there.
May 25th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just the volume of work that's being done, so very excited that we have the opportunity to share the progress that's taking place, as well as the work that we still have to do. So you see a team that has really expanded the level of certification exams, almost doubling it in certain spaces, which is absolutely outstanding, while at the same time looking at current programming to maximize it, and then exploring years out how we're going to create new programs, whether it be ag programs, marine science programs, marine mechanics. So there's a lot of work being done. Sometimes we, as Ms. Emerson said, if we don't step back and acknowledge that hard work and share that work, then we're doing a disservice to our students. But an outstanding team. A lot of energy moving this district forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, board members, Mr. Rosario.
Yeah, I'm so excited to hear all of this. Thank you so much for coming and for presenting. I have some really great, I have a couple of questions. Let me start there. Have you all, there was a comment about hospitality, that you weren't sure if hospitality would be, I suppose, effective, or I don't remember what the word was. But had you considered combining hospitality and culinary together?
The program does combine hospitality and culinary. It would just be trying to determine what is the best pathway for our students. Are students going into, the restaurant industry, or, is there a need for both restaurant and hotels? And so that's what we're going to have to find out from our advisory committees and move forward with that.
Oh, so I guess, I don't know if I'm old school, but I mean, if you're in culinary, that is hospitality in and of itself, right? I mean, maybe Christy could just take the hospitality portion of it and embed it within her culinary program coming up so that anyone from the high school who wants both can actually attend Tctc, and that would eliminate the burden of how the schools could do it. I mean, I'm sure you all can put your head together on that one, but I see complete, all shaking heads. I've witnessed the combination of both hospitality and culinary together, and it works really, really well. It's a fantastic program, so at either rate, that might actually increase your attendance at Treasure Coast Technical College. So thank you for that. I don't know if did I interrupt you? Were you
No,
gonna
you're
add
good.
something else?
Yeah.
Okay. Another question that I have is, what do we do specifically for job placement assistance? So they take the test, they get certification, industry certification, then what? What do we do to help prepare them to actually go into the workforce?
So at Tctc, in all of our curriculum, there are employability skills embedded in there, where the students will work on resumes, interviewing. Part of the reason why we have those job fairs is to hit those standards, because it gives those students the practice to go around and talk to potential employers. They've created a resume, and they share that with them when they're there. It's kind of like speed dating, but it's speed interviewing, where they're going around and having those 5 to 10 minute conversations with those potential employers. And that's also the reason why we do that for the Welder Showcase, because those students had portfolios that were out along with samples of their work, and we invited individuals in from business and industry who went around and talked to those students one-on-one and found out what they were interested in and what they were looking to do when they completed the program. So that we do touch on a lot of those things, and we also bring in CareerSource to do resume workshops with our students.
Does the high schools do the same?
Yes, within our curriculum frameworks from the state, all the employability skills are embedded in. So all the CTE teachers touch on that aspect. Also, some of our programs bring in industry partners and do mock interviews with our students so they can get one-on-one with the actual outside industry. Because sometimes when you're doing it with your teacher, it's just not as effective with the students. But when you actually bring in industry into the classroom and they hear from industry, actually we just had Piper in to Sebastian High School recently to talk to our students. But automotive industry comes in all the time and does mock interviews with our students also.
We do hope to have a job fair in partnership with IRSC in the later fall, October, November, before tour season really kind of hits. And that was, again, from the CLNA, talking about how we get our students connected with our businesses. And that came from CareerSource and the Chamber. So we, with the Chamber, we work with the Chamber to put on or help put on the manufacturing boot camp. And those students go through mock interviews and hopefully get some job offers as well. And we also have many instances where we do have students through their teachers that are from advisory committees or members of the community. We do have students working in that particular area. So we have a lot in like digital design and digital video. Those students are very talented. Just don't get a picture because they'll put you somewhere, like in space.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
We have several of our welding students who are already on the job working.
That's awesome. I know ag was mentioned, and I don't know if Dr. Moore has shared with you all. I mean, I've mentioned it multiple times from the dais that ag is definitely something that we need to kind of investigate whether we could move forward in that area. I know it's something we don't have locally. The closest ag program is in Fort Pierce. We have an incredible student population who participates in our fair and in 4-H. So I just think that the ag program would go if we were to think about opening up an ag program somewhere, it would need to be something other than just classroom, or, you know, something other than just the water aquaculture. Never heard of it before, but I love that we can start in those places, but I'm thinking like cattle. I'm thinking like, you know, cows and chickens and milking them, not chickens, milking cows.
Mr.
And
Bass has
citrus
volunteered
trees
to do.
and lime trees and orange trees, you know, and animal husbandry and like that sort of ag, like a full dual enrollment ag program somewhere with land. I mean, if someone wants to donate land and a building, I mean, I just think that that would be so, it would definitely fill a niche that a lot of our students don't have the opportunity to do. And I believe we had an ag program years ago, from what I understand, and I don't know what happened to it, but here we are. So I'm hoping, Dr. Moore knows I've had multiple conversations with him on this end. We definitely need, I know, it wasn't milking chickens, it was milking cows for sure. But like in my head, I'm thinking like, you know, on weekends, the kids can actually take all that they've grown and go to like the local farmer's market or go to wherever and sell what they've raised and all that stuff. See, that's not my area. I just want to give it to the kids.
Well, yeah, when you say milking chickens, it's not your area,
No, it's
correct?
not.
When we look
I
at the
didn't say milking chickens. It came out wrong, but I didn't intend for that. But
when we look
I
at the
think
programs,
that's going to be on the front page news, by the way. Just want you all to know, be aware, it will say that.
the CLNA committee does look at different things, but within the Perkins guidelines by the state, we have to follow high skill, high wage, high demand within our local area. And so we actually are given a list of everything that we could actually, and we have to make sure there's an industry certification involved. So there's a whole process of just deciding on whether or not a program, I mean, I understand the
Is ag on
4-H, there's a
there?
lot of kids out there that would love to be actually in a CTE program that handles that stuff, but we also have to look at high skill, high wage, high demand based on Florida statutes with
Yeah.
Perkins.
Do you know if ag is on there? Just out of curiosity, do we know?
Oh,
So the
ag
only-
is in our frameworks.
Okay.
But we have to look at a local level.
Right, okay,
So
gotcha.
the one thing that is reflected on the regional demand occupation list or local targeted occupation list would be veterinarian.
Oh, that's the other one. I said ag
Vet tech.
/ vet, vet tech. I said that. I'm surprised I didn't even mention it.
True.
True. I've been talking about that too. Again, Fort Pierce has an amazing vet tech program. I mean, amazing. These kids have a facility in the high school that looks just like a surgical facility. The teachers actually bring their pets in on a daily basis. Yeah, the kids in the program throughout the day groom the pets, you know, do the nails, do like walk the dogs, walk the cat. I mean, they actually work on actual animals throughout the whole day.
Ms.
Probably
Rosario?
chickens too, I don't know.
Just as you're speaking so passionately about that, I hope that other counties are starting to see what we're doing with aviation and aerospace technology, because I think their board is going to be saying the same thing about the partnerships that we're doing with Piper Aircraft and the kids that are out at Vero Beach High School that are taking apart planes and putting them back together. It is extraordinary what we have in place, and it's so exciting to be leaders in so many different industries. And I think other districts are going to start looking to us, as I know Tom has mentioned before. They are coming and knocking on our door to find out what we're doing to get the pass rates that we have and the programmatic offerings. In fact, I think another county even came to our CLNA, Martin County, to watch what we were doing, because we had such a high amount of community stakeholders involved in the process. And it's just really exciting to become the leader in the state when it comes to this.
And on that note, if you want to have, if you know someone in the community that would love to, you know, talk to us about that, and, you know, so we can kind of, you know, hear it from the actual community as far as the industries, you know, what they want and need, I'd be happy to have that conversation.
That would be awesome. I'll just end on this. I mean, I will assume that I am probably the biggest, school choice advocate that there is on this board. Sorry, board members. But being a homeschool mom, I know the importance of choice. I know the importance of really giving every student an opportunity to excel at what they are interested in and what they're good in, and really give them opportunities to learn some of the areas that they might not even know that they're good in yet. So I just think that I think we are moving in the right direction. The symposium that we had this year was outstanding. I wish we can do more of them, because I got halfway through and then there was so much to do. I didn't even really get through all of the stations that were there. It was just fantastic. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Okay, Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario, in your reference to ag, we had that at Sebastian River High School right before I came from 94 to 98 with Dr. Adams. And when I got there in 98, they had switched it to environmental science. And now that teacher is doing the aerospace. So, in other words, Mr. Lang, just like the guy who was born before sliced bread, he's making some changes as far as what he wants to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're moving along with the times, which is great. This increase in certificates is absolutely wonderful. If people knew how hard it was to get that certificate, it's very, very challenging. Ms. Burr and Mr. Lang, I know we have the increase. Do you know what the average percentage rate is? I know we talked about that with our Treasure Coast Technical College.
Pass rate?
Passing rate, yeah.
So last year at Vero Beach, it was 48%
Okay.
pass. This year it's 74.
Okay, good. Yes. All right, now what about those old sharks?
Excuse me?
What about those old sharks?
Yes, actually, our pass rate last year, I mean, we do very well at Sebastian, but we're pretty much in the 70s. We actually have 187 seniors that are have the merit diploma designation. Wow. that have earned an industry cert, and 167 program completers that are coming out of CTE at Sebastian. And at Sebastian, too, we have 1,140 students in CTE courses.
That's right.
So we have quite a few students that are on a pathway.
Thank you. That's phenomenal. The PD for adults that was mentioned, that's crucial, and that's a good point moving forward. Looking at our future programs, I'm very excited about. And the summer programs are just out of the box, and I think it's going to be really good for these students, whether they go to the drone camp or whatever one they choose. I'm excited. Those advisory groups for our CTE classes are crucial. As far as the interviewing, giving them information on what's happening in the real world now, helping with interviews. I'm very excited. And yes, I was one of the 3 board members that attended the welding presentation. Wish everybody could have seen that. They did a great job. They were professional. They explained all the things I didn't understand and how they did that. And I was just, it's still a best kept secret, like Ms. Emerson said, on a lot of these things. We've got to continue to work hard to get that out there. But thank you to all of you. You really made a great difference. Thank you.
Dr. Schiff.
Yeah, thank you. So I am one of those school board members and parents who did not realize I'd be taking a deep dive into CTE. And my child, I believe, is one of those 187 who passed an industry certification. So I've learned a whole lot more about welding this year than I ever expected I'd ever know in my entire life. Couple of questions and comments. One on the entrepreneurship. I know there's a Principles of Entrepreneurship class at Sebastian. Are those kids connected with this, or is that program connected with the Entrepreneur Summer Program that you talked about? Or is there any relationship there?
Well, that course is within our marketing program, which they have been targeted for the entrepreneurship camp.
Okay.
And the idea behind the entrepreneurship symposium and the entrepreneurship camp also kind of stems from the idea where it's the entrepreneurial mindset is not just for business, it's for every student in every class. One of the things, I know Ms. Rosario, you probably heard this, the speakers, every speaker talked about failing and how they took that failure and turned it into a positive. And it really kind of set them in motion to do something great, to make a change, not only in their life, but in the lives of others. And so that's the entrepreneurial mindset kind of in a nutshell. But it's not necessarily just one class, it's programmatically speaking throughout CTE, so.
Yeah, no, didn't mean to imply otherwise, just I knew that there was some work already happening around that at the high school. One of the things that I've become aware of as a technical ed dual enrollment parent is how many parents aren't actually aware of some of this, that my son had friends who wished I knew about it because of my relationship with the district, but I became aware that many parents had students they would have loved to have put in some of these programs. They just didn't know it existed or how. Are we working in some way on how we increase that outreach to our parents for the dual enrollment programs?
Absolutely. The Entrepreneurial Symposium is one great example of that never existed prior to this school year. And I don't want to say the word obnoxious, but we will be obnoxious about sharing the message. And we hope that our board does the same. As you are out in the community speaking, I hear over and over again people say, well, I wish you had a program that really involved career and technical education. and then that sets me off because now they're going to hear me for an hour talk about what we do have. And I hope that we're all equally passionate when those kind of comments happen and that we use our platform to educate the community and share what we do have because it is vast and it's exceptional.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things that I became really aware of this year is that just because I'm an academic and I prioritize academics, and I always assumed that that would be a priority for my child, it actually wasn't. And he's choosing a very, very different path. And what I also see, because I'm around a fair amount of graduating seniors, is a lot of them have no idea what they're doing next, right? They don't know. Shout out to the IRSC Promise program, which is encouraging a lot of kids to go into that program as well. I realize that's not this program and could be perceived as a competitor, but it's not. It's different strokes. Right, exactly. So as we increase these opportunities, I'm actually quite excited about it as I see the opportunities that it gives for students who are graduating high school with very little sense of what happens after that because they've never not been in school. And if our parents don't know of the options, then it's very hard for the kids to find that out as well. I think one of the things that I've also seen as a parent of a senior is that I don't get information unless I'm on I'm on Focus regularly or I'm on the senior Canvas page where announcements are put. We can't rely on our 16 and 17 and 18-year-olds to reliably get information to the parents. So how we do that, I think, will really support the outreach.
Well, and to Mrs. Emerson's point, I think it's important that we have those entrepreneurial symposiums and the CTE showcase, the school choice fair, because those things bring light to the parents. Because I know I wasn't personally at the school choice fair, but in talking to my employees who were there, how many individuals came up to the table and said, we weren't aware of this particular offering within the district. So I think it's very important that we continue to do those things.
And that's a great segue into an obnoxious plug on the school choice fair, which will be held at Indian River State College, Mueller campus, October 8th. And we really hope that that program will grow and we'll be continuing to share out our messaging.
And your senior will also receive, when he graduates, a completer certificate from IRSC, which will list what program they completed, and then also what credits he already has at IRSC, and what programs are within that. What do they call it? Not cluster, but
articulation.
They call it like a super. What is that name?
Is that
The meta major. Yeah, what different classes and programs and degree options they have at IRSC. So,
are you speaking that IRSC will target the Tctc kids?
It's for the high school students.
For all high school students?
Those who complete a CTE program will get that certificate from IRSC that shows the different programs that they either receive credit from or that they can enroll in and further their education in that.
Through our articulation agreement with IRSC.
Got it. So that leads to my next question, which is, I'm aware that you mentioned the graduating, or one of you mentioned the graduating seniors who had industry certifications. Are those certifications include the ones received at the high school as well as at the Tctc?
Yes. If you're a dual enrollment high school student at Tctc, those industry certifications are counted as well.
Because I think I may have gotten a mixed message about that. So just, I'll check back in on it, but there may be a little miscommunication, but that may have just been with me. Lastly, I know you mentioned, I was sorry to miss the Entrepreneur Showcase. I wanted to bring my son, and he worked that night, unfortunately. The Welder Showcase was outstanding. The kids and the adults were absolutely amazing. When Mr. Mosblek suggested that if anybody wanted to try welding, I was the one who volunteered, which was incredibly cool. Like, I actually got to try it and understand what that was about in a way I had no idea, so that was fun.
Burns on you, so you did okay.
Well, actually, because I was wearing sandals, one of the kids had to lend me his shoes, which, I had really mixed feelings about, but, yeah, I had all kinds of gear. Chris Heiser, shout out to Chris Heiser, took pictures of it all, which I'm really looking forward to that presentation as well, so that everybody can see it. But anyway, thank you, because it's such an important part of our education here that I know we've really been developing over the last couple of years, and I personally have benefited from that, so have a space in my heart for it. Thank you.
Ms. Rosario, you had a follow-up question
Yeah,
before I ask?
yes, thank you. I had a quick question about the fair that you just mentioned in October. That's the Choice Fair. Is that the same kind of fair that we had at the IG Center? So why are we doing it there and not locally where parents can very easily attend at the IG Center? I'm not so sure you're going to have a large group of parents going out to the IRSC campus.
Well, it is the Mueller campus. The feedback that we got from parents, because we did have a survey, was that it was really far. The IG Center was really far south so we tried to find a more centralized.
Mueller campus is closer?
Yes.
And free.
Yes, and free. So we did pay for the IG Center last year. The Mueller Center has offered their campus to us for free, for our community partners and for the school district.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I have a lot of scribble notes, so I apologize, but you guys offered so much information, which I think is great. Mr. Lang, Ms. Burr, Ms. Shields, congratulations on really elevating CTE. I know Cindy Emerson, shouts from the rooftops about what you guys are doing, but again, I think communicating it out to the public is important, because you're right, as I go through the community, people are saying, oh, I wish we did BOCES and CTE, BOCES from New York. And it's interesting because I'm like, we do, and I just think we need to shout it from the rooftops as much as possible. So kudos. So a couple of comments. I'm glad we don't milk chickens. But with the ag program, Westwood High School, I was a science supervisor in St. Lucie County, so I'm very aware of that program and the VET program, and helped with that. So I'm glad that Mrs. Rosario likes the program that we developed out there. The ag program, the VET program, I think is really something to look at for here, because we do have a lot of vets in the area. We do have a lot of people that are concerned about animals. So I think that is something that we do need to move forward on. And I do know we had an ag program at Vero Beach High School. There's a very famous cow video. I don't know if people know about that. Enough said on the cow video. Marine and fishing is something that I thought, have we talked about that? Is that something that we could pursue? Because I know the marine industry is pretty prevalent in our area, and especially with Fort Pierce getting director down there and things like that. Are we pursuing that?
So with the aquaculture exam, the state is really trying to, if you follow the money, the state is really trying to at least fund some programs that help get some people here that have the certification to at least start them off in that field. You look just south, we have Harbor Branch, or whatever iteration it is now, but they're constantly in need of people that have that skill. And as our community grows, you'll see that aquaculture is becoming more of a force within our community as far as just industry itself. The idea with Ducks Unlimited and putting that exam in environmental science and ecology is to give students that might not necessarily see science as, they probably just see it as just a class, but more so the students that are outdoors and that are involved in fishing and hunting and so on and so forth see, and if you talk to, I coach rowing and I have these kids all the time, and it's right out there in Fellsmere and we see all the boats go out. But it's more or less the idea of, giving those students a hands-on kind of tangible skill that they use every day with hunting and fishing and boating in general. So possibly catapulting them into different fields, or conservation or FWC, and I'd have some friends in FWC, and I told them that we're doing this, and they were like, wow, that's really exciting. It'd be cool to see if any of those students actually pursue this as a career because of that. So that's where we are looking at as far as the marine industry goes, because there's not much, programmatically speaking, from the state that would fit that, unfortunately.
Not even with like automotive mechanics. They're looking for boat mechanics, I know, in the area.
So, going into the CLNA process, I did not understand the process initially. They talked me through it as they did with other stakeholders, and that was my initial reaction is, why are we not doing marine mechanics? But then when you looked at the actual high demand, it's not there. And so every single suggestion that was made in there, and there was a lot of them, I think, firefighting came up, dispatch came up, so many different programs, we literally have to go through one at a time and see size, scope, and quality. And there was a lot that, unfortunately, we had to immediately take off because it's just not showing the local need. So, even with all of those new boat mechanics and builders, Blue Water, all of them right there in Fort Pierce, the high demand is not there.
We also have to show an industry certification.
Right,
Has to
I
be
understand
tied.
that.
The boating industry down in Fort Pierce, they've been in contact with me for aviation fabrication and maintenance, because the question that they ask is, do they know fiberglass? Mm-hmm. And if they do know just the basics of it, they will hire them because they need people, and they will train them to their specifications. But they're just looking for a lot of workers that just have hands-on skills with some of the transferable skills. And as far as like boat mechanics, again, just the idea of the automotive, those skills transferring to the marine industry. But yeah.
Gotcha. There were several new bills that were passed this year in legislation, one pertaining to apprenticeships for students. Are you aware of that? Is that going to be something that we can participate in?
Can we jump in on this one?
Okay.
So one of the things that we are currently working on is a pre-apprenticeship for high school students. We've had several meetings about that, and we are in the process of developing a program and making sure that this is something that we could offer to high school students, particularly high school seniors. And it would be a year-long program, and it would cover several different areas in the construction trade. They would touch on a little bit of plumbing, a little bit of electrical, a little bit of welding, to give them some skills that they could then take with them to go into an actual apprenticeship. And this is something that we're looking at doing as a partnership with Youth Guidance.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. The Piper Field Trip, I'm going to call it. Great idea. Win-win for both us and Piper, so kudos on that one. The drone FAA clearance we've gotten, right? Because I know my son's a drone pilot, and he's gone through the certification and gotten the license, and that's a tough exam.
Well, okay, so you have a couple different
Right.
certifications. The Part 107, which is for actually to be a drone pilot through the FAA, but to make money as a drone pilot. The one I was referring to for the camp is a recreational one. It doesn't cost anything to take it. It's only like an hour's worth of, it's all safety stuff, just to make sure the students are doing what they need to do. But you have to present this certificate to law enforcement or FAA if they ask for it, even as a recreational flyer. So that's why we want to make sure the students who are coming into the program or the summer program get that opportunity to earn that license.
Will they be able to do those drone competitions where they fly them through the hoops and all that stuff?
Well, right now, we do set up a few little obstacles with the aerospace technology program. Those students are flying drones through different patterns. As we grow, because we haven't even reached our full growth of aerospace technologies yet, next year we'll actually offer the third course. We have discussed start doing drone competitions and possibly having Sebastian River High School host drone competitions for other schools that, as a club, for students to actually get into that, because it is very popular now, the drone racing at the high school level.
Yeah, there's like high school teams and competitions out there, yeah. Digital design, I saw the comment on here. Have we looked at partnering with IRSC's digital design group?
Well, currently, we are partnered with IRSC with digital design in regards to the articulation. Our students can continue on in digital design field once they complete our program here and continue on at IRSC. We also get a lot of information from IRSC that goes directly into the classroom about opportunities for the students to do things with IRSC, with digital design, whether it's to participate in a competition at the high school level, that they actually view those projects at IRSC. So we do have some partnership, actually with all of our CTE programs with IRSC. That's kind of part of Perkins, is you have to have articulation. And we are called the Quad County Consortium, that we're partnered with IRC with all of our CTE programs. But digital design is one of them, and we do work with them.
Well, I'm referring to the slide that you have here on, I think it's slide 6, which is about the recommendations to improve the programs. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, well, like Tom had said, is that we had, in the past, had decided that we were going to close digital design, because at that point in time, according to the job data, digital design did not meet high skill, high wage, high demand for our area. So when the new data came out, they showed it back on there. So we decided, you know what, we're going to give this another go. So technically, the digital design programs at both schools are not grown to full capacity. So that's why they're currently not meeting the size compliant, but that's okay, because like Christy Shields said, as long as we're improving to continue on, then they're eligible to continue funding with Perkins. So right now, the digital design program is still building because we had dropped it and we brought it back.
Okay, that clears up that. So that was kind of leading to my next question, is when do you have to meet all the requirements in order to, the recommendations that they put for the Perkins grant?
For a new program?
Well, it says you were giving here outcomes and said we have to do this in order to satisfy the requirements.
Well, that program, we were dropping it, or that was on our
Not
schedule.
necessarily that program. I'm talking about all the different bullet points you gave us for what has to happen to improve.
A new program, you need to have, you get a 3-year window, and with, if a program is put on probation, they want to see progress yearly.
That's what I'm asking, because I know, like, you've had construction in the past, and then it went away, and look at what's happening in our town, so I questioned why that was going away.
That unfortunately still cannot be a program as far as a high school high wage list.
I heard all that, yeah. It just amazes me. Okay, so congratulations on the accreditation and all of the pass rates of all of the tests. That's awesome. And Is Wilford Hart singing the praises? You've got him working as the community liaison for singing the praises for CTE and what you guys are doing out there, because it really is important that when you say we have to brag and we have to boast, and we do, and I know he does a lot of that for us, but I think getting out there, you know, parents need to know, industry needs to know, but our community and taxpayers need to know.
Yes, if Wilford was in here, he would tell you that I have him on the CTE train. Choo-choo.
Okay.
And he is definitely going out and boasting about it, especially with the Entrepreneur Showcase. That event really helped us catapult forward because people in the industry were able to see all of our CTE programs in real time. They got to go and explore. And, you know, I really do want to also make clear our high school principals have done a tremendous job this year, too. This is all under the work of Tom and Christine. They don't have a director at the district office overseeing them. They have principals at their sites, and so they have taken on a hands-on approach with CTE under Rick Meyer, and you know that kind of thought process I think was really what helped us move this forward so fast this year.
Right, and I remember all that taking place, so we appreciate you guys stepping up and doing this, and I think it helps the closer you are to the program. The more you care about it, the more it's going to flourish, so kudos for that as well. I think that's all I had, other than I wanted to purchase one or two of the items that I saw at the welding showcase the other day. Didn't know if those were for sale.
Christmas. Yeah.
They're going to go to the highest bidder.
Okay, all right.
Get your
Thank you.
cards.
Yes, Mr. Rosario.
I wanted to share an idea with the marine mechanics discussion for the high end, I forget how you worded it.
High skill,
Uh-huh, that. Say that again?
High skill, high wage.
Okay.
Yeah, acronyms.
That. There's a Motorcycle Mechanics Institute in Orlando.
Oh, my.
And they, so you're familiar. And they offer, obviously, certification in motorcycle mechanics. But they also, it's not just in motorcycles, it's in small motor, anything small motor. So you can use that certification for lawnmowers, small little, I guess, go-karts, small boats. You can even use it for small boats. But they also have a marine technician program that where you can extend your Motorcycle Mechanics Institute certification into that area as well and specialize in marine, as a marine technician. And obviously you can do motors on boats that way. So my thought as I'm talking this through is there a way that we could, that you could talk about combining programs so where marine mechanics may not be a high need, skill, high that, maybe combining it with something else might make it high skill, high area. Don't know why I can't say that, but do you see what I'm saying? Like maybe there's a way to kind of marry the two together, just as the Motorcycle Mechanics Institute did, and maybe even connecting and partnering with an institute like they have. I know it's in Orlando, but
Yeah, well, we already partner with UTI, which is the Universal Technical Institute, which is the automotive side.
right.
And we've done some field trips to MMI, which is the motorcycle marine side. The only issue that we have to, the state only allows us so many programs, and we have to follow their frameworks. And within those frameworks is specific standards that we have to follow, since, and all of our teachers are standard-based instruction to make sure those students are getting everything they need. So the state doesn't have a program that can combine, and in addition, the marine science or the marine mechanics does not have an industry certification on the CAPE certification funding list at this time, which puts a damper on us. That's the same with our criminal justice. That's the main reason why it's not Perkins funded, because there's no industry certification that we can offer for them. So we would love to have marine mechanics, and we've even had decided like, hey, can we throw in an automotive industry cert in there to do it? But then we have to get permission from the state to tie that together. And a lot of the programs that are currently in the state that are marine mechanics, they are sliding away and going into automotive because that's where the industry certs fit. We have to be able to fund the programs. We have to be able to earn those acceleration points. And if there's nothing available, and I mean, if there was something that was marine auto framework from the state, we would do it, you know, because we could fit the auto industry cert in there.
Yeah.
But the problem is there isn't anything on the state website frameworks that allows us to do that, to combine.
Well, I guess, you know, you guys are doing a great job, but I guess definitely from the district standpoint, we all need to do a better job in, you know, getting the word out on all of the programs that we have. I've said this before, Tctc has been kind of like a hidden gem, and everyone that I talk to, even in the homeschool community, they're like, huh, you know, what? My son could do, my daughter can go for dual enrollment. I'm like, yeah, you need to go see, go visit, go tour, take a look, you know, for yourself so that you can see what is available. But I think maybe we can, we haven't done our budget yet, but maybe we could, as a board, agree to make that a priority, to do like an advertising campaign that would really, you know, bump up the efforts of getting word out about all of our CTC, our career and technical and vocational programs, which would only benefit us in the end. I mean, it's only going to benefit partnerships. It's going to benefit student enrollment, you know, student attendance. Maybe it'll pull some of the kids that aren't aware of it, because even kids aren't aware, you know, in some of the schools that want to be in Treasure Coast Technical College or some of these other programs. So, Dr. Moore, what are your thoughts on that?
We're still in the process of building a budget, but I think we have a communications team that can take that on and accurately push that information out.
Awesome.
Okay, so before we move on to the next item, it's 2:25. Did we want to take a short break? Okay, so 5 minutes?
Good job, guys. Very good job.
Ms.
Okay. So we're reconvening at 2:32. I got on my computer, 2:30 in here. So, Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next cabinet member to show off some outstanding staff will be Ms. Dampierre, and that is re-imaging of ACE presentation.
Good afternoon, through the chair. I am so excited about today's presentation. It seems like a long time coming. We've had an opportunity to review data. We are a data-driven district. And with that, you know, we have an obligation to ensure that not one student slips through the crack. And we found that there were a small group of students, they're like our silent, unengaged students, that we may have not had an opportunity for them to meet their individual needs. Well, with that, we've had an opportunity to collaborate as an office of many, CNI, my office, as well as Mr. Fagan has been a part of this work, to collaborate and make sure that we are making things happen for students. And this awesome team, and I'm going to call them up in a few minutes to be recognized, they have done an amazing job over the past 3 months to make this a reality. And with that, they've had to go and look at locations. They had to communicate with food service, transportation, also with some community members to make sure that we had some opportunities that we're going to tell you about today that really could come to light for these students. I would like to recognize this awesome team, and when I call their names so they can be recognized at the end, I would like for them all to stand. We have Miss Sarah Ainge, Darielle Brown, Miss Beth Crisafilli, Ashley Dowdell, Cindy Emerson, Heather Holden, Julie Cashenschmidt, Dr. Paula Lewis, Christy Shields, and with this has been a collaborative effort. Let's give them a round of applause. I was laughing this morning because I was thinking my phrase to Mrs. Cashenschmidt about 3 months ago. She said, "We're going to do this when?" I said, "We're going to have this ready for May for the board meeting." So with that, I just want to recognize them and make sure that we affirm the work that they've done over the past 3 months, as well as the work that we will continue to do to make this happen. Today, Dr. Lewis and Mr. Brown will provide an overview of Reimagining ACE, which will offer another educational opportunity for our students that have unique needs to make sure that they are getting what they need. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lewis and Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. We are reimagining ACE, which will build a promising future for our students to be able to exhibit pride and confidence, as well as creating post-secondary opportunities. We want all students to fly like an eagle into the future. The
Go, Dr.
song.
I have this song in my head now.
The purpose is to provide a unique educational learning option that meets the individual needs of students. We want to provide leadership skill building opportunities, connect students to pre-apprenticeship opportunities in the community, as well as provide exposure to unique learning opportunities through online course opportunities. I'm sorry, I wasn't clicking. Oh, go ahead. We are reimagining ACE as the new IR Prep. PREP stands for Positive, Rigorous, Engaging Program.
Programs.
The Center for Transformational Excellence, which is our current program, will be for our students who have been assigned due to behavioral challenges presented in the traditional school setting. Our new program, Soaring Up Academy, is another option for our students that are struggling. They have with poor attendance, experiencing course failure, or a history of retention. This presentation will focus on this new program.
Good afternoon. Soaring Up Academy will be a place where students will soar to success. This new learning environment will foster a small, flexible, and supportive environment, which will give students an opportunity toward building the necessary skills to attend a college, tech, or trade school. The goal is for each student to succeed and reestablish their focus on receiving a good quality education that will benefit them in the long term. As the school principal of the IR Prep, I am excited beyond measure to be a part of this new learning platform designed to enhance our programming across the board. As you can see, our day-to-day operations would pretty much begin at 8:15 a.m. to 2:15 p.m. Our start and dismissal time. The location, as stated, will be at Treasure Coast Technical College. We will definitely have transportation available to all of our students, as well as food services provided for breakfast and lunch. And we will also make sure to ensure that all ESC services and needs are met to those students who will be a part of that program. Our target audience includes 50 incoming 8th and 10th grade students who would benefit from a personalized program. This program will provide the opportunity for students who are slightly off track to utilize course recovery to get back on track and improve their overall performance at school. We purposefully choose to focus on incoming 8th and 10th grade students to ensure our 8th graders begin high school on track and to catch students who are off track during their first year of high school.
Soaring Up Academy will provide a blending learning model that offers face-to-face and virtual options, flexible scheduling, personalized learning plans, seminar classes to include leadership skill building, project-based learning opportunities where the student can present a product at the end of a course. For example, if the student is interested in entrepreneurial opportunities, they may present a business plan at the end of a course. Students will have the opportunity to participate in dual enrollment. If a student is behind academically, they'll be able to utilize the Edgenuity platform to get back on track. Students will be exposed to pre-apprenticeship opportunities of interest, which will be connections established with community-based community business partners. Ultimately, the focus is ensuring that our students are successful in earning their high school diploma and leaving our district career ready. At this point, I want to say this is our vision for the new ACE. I'm really excited about everything that we have here. And again, I commend our team for working on this very diligently. We want to create an environment where students soar to success. Again, we want all students to fly like an eagle into the future and be successful contributors to this great society. Thank you.
Yes. So what I think is so innovative about the thinking that this team has done is it's capturing students before they would ever get to what was the traditional ACE. These are students who literally stand in the shadow of a disruptive student. But if we're able to get them the services that they need, because we know they're failing classes, we know they're struggling with attendance, with enough time to get back on track by individualizing a program for them, we don't have to wait until it is a disruptive behavior for the students to get the attention that they need. Focusing in on 8th graders because the data is clear. There are so many students that are going from 7th to 8th who are already look significantly different because they are 14, 15, 16 years old in middle school. And we need to be able to get them back on track with their age-appropriate peers and get them into the middle school. Same thing happens as a student transitions into 9th grade. You fail 5, 6 courses because of attendance or the lack of the transition, which we spoke about at an earlier meeting, and then you just move on to 10th grade. We need to be innovative in getting them back on track. So starting our focus with those two unique groups of students will allow us to really focus in on their specific needs and then continue to grow the program out over the course of the year. connecting them to the plethora of options that we just spoke about at Treasure Coast Technical is absolutely an innovative thing to do. Looking forward to implementing this program, and just thank the team for their innovative thinking and being creative of maximizing space and putting students where they can feel successful and proud to go to school each and every single day, because they're going to be going to college, to be honest with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who'd like to start? Dr. Schiff?
Sure. As I said when I met with Dr. Moore and others last week, I love this. I love this program. I wish I could take credit for it, which I can't. Because this year, a particular sticking point for me that I've railed about a bit is because I've been so aware of what happens when kids get to be seniors, that they get to be seniors and they're told early or midway through their senior year they don't have the credits to graduate. Because we haven't been tracking them. We haven't been tracking exactly what you said, their absences, their, where they're not meeting their credit requirements, and what I understand is that when we looked back into it, we found it went all the way back to middle school. So I love this a lot. And I think part of the trick will be, which I'm interested to know more about, first off, I'm interested to know more about how, for young kids, we'll partner with the Tctc, because if the goal is to have them come out career ready, obviously that's not in 8th grade. That takes them through the high school, and how we build those partnerships and those relationships early on. So I'm phrasing that as a statement, but it's actually a question, but I'm going to go to my next question next and then come back, which was very inarticulate of me. One of the things that I think is challenging about this, which I understand is also part of the reason we're doing it, is because of the stigma attached to going to the ACE, right? And what we want to do is destigmatize. What we want to do is create an opportunity for enhanced, create enhanced opportunities to create ways of drawing kids back in, rather than having a stigma of them being out of a regular high school or a regular middle school. So I'm interested to hear more about our plans for how we're going to do that, how we're going to diminish the stigma while increasing the opportunity so that this actually looks like a good thing, not the thing that, as Dr. Moore mentioned, the kids who are no longer age appropriate for their classes feel like, to say it's a punishment is too strong a word. I don't mean that, but feel like it's something other than what I believe is the intent of the program. So can you speak a little bit about those two things, either of you, both of you?
Okay. I just wanted to.
Sorry.
Right now, we're in the process. We've identified students who would fit this category. Mrs. Ainge have been working on that with the data. And we have identified approximately about 200 students who would fall, give or take, into this category. And the bottom line is we want to make sure that the kids and the parents want to go to this location. And it's not about behavior. We're not identifying students who have behavior problems. That's not what this is about. These are kids who are off track. They are just our silent, unengaged students who are sitting in the classroom. They're not bothering anyone, and they're just there. And they are possibly thinking about dropping out. The goal is we have a protocol in place already that started in January where we're identifying all students. It's not just 8th graders, 9th graders. We meet quarterly. Mrs. Ainge is also working along with Mr. Brown with schools we've already identified those students who we call our EWS students who are off track possibly for graduation. We have that list, and Mr. Brown and Mrs. Ainge have been meeting with the principals and the school counselors on a monthly basis about all of those students who are on that category. And then every quarter, we, as a district, have phone calls with the principals at the school just to follow up to make sure that those numbers are decreasing. And our numbers are decreasing even from January because they are looking at it and they are monitoring where those students are. The question you asked about those students who want to attend is going to be a choice. We're going to send out invites to those parents, have meetings with those parents and the students, and it's not a punishment. This is for you to get you back on track. We're going to offer some opportunities. I've already reached out to Dyer Automotive. They are on board for providing opportunities for our high school students to do like a job internship type sort of thing where they start out with detailing, and then we also want to offer them dual enrollment options. So it would be the same as if they were at a regular school, but there will not be any bills. It will be based on what their needs are. And it would be individualized based on their needs. And that's why it's so important that we have a school counselor, someone with that expertise to be able to provide that support and be a resource for those students.
There will not be any, what did you say, bills?
Bells.
Bells.
School,
Got it.
bing, 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 bing.
I'm like, bills? I didn't
Bells,
think
no
we charged.
bells, no bells.
Got it.
I just think that it's going to be a win-win for students. We have some students, they just don't like the traditional, and they're just not excelling because there's so many kids.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
want to be in a smaller setting. And we've seen that even at Mr. Brown's for the behavior students. A lot of times they don't want to go back because they're getting that one-on-one attention. So we feel like we'll be able to, provide the needs and meet the needs of those students who are on this track and get them back and make them successful, help them become successful where they're not dropping out.
So a couple of the things that you mentioned, and I believe Mr. Brown mentioned this as well. The need for counseling, but we have two types of counseling, right? We have student academic and guidance counseling, and we have mental health counseling. And one of the things that we know about mental health issues is that they don't always show up as acting out. Sometimes they show up as quietly retreating. And I heard you allude specifically to those kids. So I'm hearing in what you said, and want to check in that I'm hearing this right, that the counseling, the way that we're connecting counseling is not simply for the academics, but is actually because what we know is that the kids often who are the quietest, the kids who are just silently checking out because of depression and other mental health issues are the kids who are not succeeding academically either, and that we're creating a net to catch those kids. It's so often, and I see this all the time, that the kids at the top of the academic scale get attention, the kids at the bottom of the academic scale get attention, and the kids who have behavioral issues get attention. But the vast majority of kids are somewhere in between that, and those kids can really easily fall through the cracks because we don't have a net for them.
And we're going to make sure that they don't fall through the cracks.
Yeah.
And Dr. Schiff, we would continue on with our mental health referral process because we will have students that may have some difficulties and some challenges that they would need to navigate. And so that mental health referral process will continue. We would have someone, a mental health specialist, that would be accessible for that.
And I would assume that as we consider recommendations from the Climate Task Force earlier, whether or not we are either budgetarily able, or it's our choice to place counselors at each school, mental health counselors, I would think that this program would, and already does, I know the ACE already has a specifically designated mental health counselor, but that we would continue to attend to that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I think this is brilliant. I think this is a fabulous idea. This is one of the most exciting things I have actually heard all year. So I'm really delighted to hear about it. Thank you for your work on this.
Okay, Ms. Rosario?
I'm excited to hear about this. In part, I'll take some credit for it because I've been talking about an alternative school for years now. I know that this is Dr. Moore's area of expertise. But being at an alternative school, myself, being an assistant principal there in New York, I mean, we were a school specifically designed for those who were overage and undercredited. And it was it was just high school, and it was the regular courses that they took, but we were able to expedite that without any of the extra, no frills education, just straight up, how are we going to get you graduated? And it was a wonderful opportunity because they wanted to be there. For the most part, many of them wanted to be there. They did not want the GED. They didn't want to go that route. So I've been talking about this for a long time. For those who have been here since I've been a board member know that. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to begin that work. What I'm a little concerned with is targeting specifically 10th graders because we have 9th through 12th students that may fall in this area of, I don't want to be at the larger school. I really want to be at a smaller setting. So I don't want to miss anyone who might want to opt in, who might say, this is where I want to go. Not that we are looking at them, but they might be succeeding, but they're on that cusp of, this is not the right environment for me. I just want to be somewhere, in a smaller environment. So I just don't want to limit it to those who we are targeting or looking at academically or socially, behaviorally. I just want us to, I hope we get to a point where we can just open it up to everyone. I guess that's a better way of putting it. So I see shaking heads. And this is a beginning, right? We're only looking right now for to fill 50 seats.
Yep.
And the other thing that I'm concerned with, and I've shared this, is I don't want this to be another location for credit recovery.
Nope.
I don't want it to be another location for someone to get on a computer and just do the work that they're missing. They're really, and I see the first bullet on here in programming is blended learning model, where they'll have both face-to-face and they'll have, an opportunity to do some virtual work to catch up on some of those credits, which is important. The whole idea of offering an alternative is to say what's different, because otherwise if it's not any different than being at the traditional school, then they might as well just stay at the traditional school. So that's the part of being alternative, other than the size, and the location. What would be different? And I think that we can get there. I think this is a wonderful beginning. I'm excited about it. I'm excited with the eagle soaring and, the idea of really, every time someone says that, Dr. Moore kind of
All right, the camera's not on.
shakes in his seat. So maybe that could be a theme song. Who knows?
That was a thought.
So
Is
just
that
to
the idea?
speak to
Oh,
the-
look, she's taking
yeah.
notes on that theme song.
Just to speak to the blended learning, that
Yes.
is something that we practice now at the traditional setting, where we have the small whole
At
group.
ACE, not at the-
Yes, correct, at ACE. The small whole group in computer-based learning. So obviously, that's something that we definitely want to carry forth there at the Soaring Up Academy.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. I'm excited about it. Sometimes I get so overexcited that I just want to start a school, like just open up the building and just bring them in. But I know we have to start small and grow from there. My concern then, thinking into the future, is what if we get so big? Where are we going to go? We're going to need some space for that. But big kudos. I don't know if Christy's here. Is Christy here? Thank you so much for allowing this opportunity on Treasure Coast Technical College campus. It is a wonderful opportunity for these 50 students. If they do want to dual enroll at Treasure Coast, they'll already be there, which is really, really neat. And they'll see the growth, obviously, of the campus, the cafeteria that you have. So I'm just happy. I'm happy about this moving forward. Last question is probably for Mr. Fagan or Dr. Moore. What is the budgetary impact for us? This appears to be another school, another location, even though it's tied into ACE. It would have its own kind of programming and goal. I mean, if they are in different locations, does it impact our budget tremendously? If so, even if little, what would be that impact?
So through the chair, ACE is not funded through FTE. It's a standalone allocation because of the ebb and flow of students. You never know what it will be, how high or how low it's going to be. It's been as low as 25, 30 students up to 80 or 90, but it has a standard allocation provided to that school over the course of the year. Moving this program to a funded program. So we're looking at 50, we'll be able to generate, if we're able to generate that 50, we'll be able to hold through that funding. So for this particular program, unlike ACE, as I just described, funding follows. All right, if there's not enough students in the school, we'll have to expand it. So it is a true choice program in which we need to meet the minimum expectations in terms of enrollment. So it is becoming self-funding. And I think a lot of the logistics in terms of supervision, in terms of being able to provide the lunch and the buses, that we're able to do all of that at no additional cost.
No additional cost?
Right.
So we're going to have 2 teachers? Like, how does that work in terms of staffing? Because there's 2 classrooms, 25 each.
Two
right?
two classrooms, which would be the 2 instructors, as well as a school assistant principal / dean. We're still working out those details. It will be basically the site supervisor who will report to Mr. Brown. I know he's got strong feelings on that. So we'll be able to work all of that through. So,
You'll have a dean for 2 classes?
yeah. Dean also serving, this will be the individual who provides the support. So we're looking at what the most appropriate
Counseling as
job
well.
description would be
Gotcha.
for that individual. So it's going to be a unique individual who's got the skill set to provide the supervision, to provide the support services for students as they move throughout the day. So
Okay.
it is a very, very unique position, but we think we're going to be able to fill it very quickly.
So it's a multi-purpose counselor / dean / scheduler / all
Yes.
these other kinds of things.
You know, alternative ed, you got to wear many hats.
Yeah.
Who will stay, I suppose, at Treasure Coast Technical
Yes.
College
Yep.
with the 2 classes there. They'll be there all day long. And then, Mr. Brown, you're primarily at ACE, but you'll be in both
Yes.
places?
Yes, correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
He's so excited. Mr. Brown has been such a trooper along the way, so he's been involved in this process.
Okay, Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Ms. Dampier and the team that made this work. I've had the privilege of mentoring a student from ACE for the last couple of years, so I visit Alternative quite a bit and talk with Mr. Brown, and he too is excited. I had the question that's already been asked about who would be at Treasure Coast Technical College to help with Ms. Shields and Mr. Brown being at ACE. And I hope we have a problem with this and that we have other students who want to come, because I've seen that at ACE while Mr. Brown has been there. It's a smaller environment, a little bit more attention, and sometimes away from the catalysts that may make them have behavior issues. So that's something that I think we have to continue to think about, because these small numbers can really, really help our students, especially when we get into the offerings at Treasure Coast Technical College with the internship opportunities, seminar classes, flexible scheduling, and then the core classes available and the electives. Gaming, that will be a big one. Medical coding, huge. Culinary, service learning, and sports entertainment. So I think this is something that maybe we have to plan for as far as growth. I know we have to start small, and that's okay, but then we can see what our needs are after that. But I'm just very, very happy about this. Dr. Moore, I know you have talked many times about where you were principal as alternative principal, and what we have to do to reach out to students who just don't do as well in a larger environment, and maybe some other reasons. But thank you, Mr. Brown and this team, for doing a good job here. And whoever is selected for Treasure Coast Technical College, they will have to wear many hats, but I know you'll be there to assist. Thank you.
Absolutely. And if I may, I just want to also commend a great staff that supports me each and every day. I couldn't do it without them. They actually had a lot of input in terms of the naming and how we're going to move forward. And I definitely want to give that team a shout out. They're great professionals, and they work hard every day.
Whenever I go to ACE, which is quite often, it's a very welcoming atmosphere. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm up. First of all, what a great, clever way to motivate students. And I think that, the target population you're talking about are kids that maybe aren't motivated so much to go to school. So I think, looking for what can motivate them and get them excited about school is awesome. Couple questions. How will you target or approach this target population this year? It's for next year, or is it
Yes.
for the year after?
It's for next year. We have already identified students.
Well, I know you've identified them, but how are you going to approach the parent with this idea?
We will be inviting and having a conversation with the parent and the student together and, talking about the program. We have a flyer that's already being created. The team is still working on applications. We're in that process of inviting them once we get all of that done, and it should be done within the next 2 weeks, of showing them what we have to offer at this new location.
Okay, and then how exactly will they get their academic classes? I know it's a blended model, but are they going to go through like Florida virtual school?
It's going to be the K-12 Stride that we talked about, that I'm bringing forward in June. That's the platform, as well as if they have credit recovery, that will still be Ingenuity.
Okay. 'Cause I know you can't have all the
Yeah,
teachers
yeah,
out there
yeah,
for that.
yeah.
And then where will they graduate from?
They will graduate from this location,
So-
IR Prep.
So then is it going to have accreditation? Because you can't graduate from an uncredited place.
I'm not going to lose.
Please hold for the next presentation.
Yes, which is working
yes,
on-
I'm not going to lose.
Yeah, working on
I'm not-
accreditation. Okay,
Yes.
but in the meantime, you know, when you talk about funding, you know, going back to St. Lucie County's program at Westwood, they have the MOA program, which you're aware of. And it's on a different location, different campus, but the students start their morning on the main campus, I know, and take their first class there and then go out to the MOA campus. That's how it started anyway, in order to get that accreditation going and everything else. So is that what you're envisioning for this? Or?
We are envisioning that every kid will have that seminar class. We really want them to really be intentional with that personalized learning, goal setting, just having a purpose, and pretty much like setting out their day, you know, of what they want to do. And then from there, it will be very flexible. They may do, and we've all, like I said, I'm talking to Mr. Dyer, and we're trying to get additional community members where we can do on-the-job training for especially our students who are in high school that are 16 and over. They'll be able to go and be able to do on-the-job training with them. He's very excited about that opportunity for our students, where they can actually start out at detailing and then move up until once they finish that at 18, then they can go into automotive if they want to go into automotive. So that's just one area. We're also reaching out to other community members for that opportunity where kids can participate in learning. So when I say flexible, it could be where they start out in the morning and do some type of job in the morning and then end up doing their work in the afternoon, or flip-flop, you know, that kind of thing. So it's flexible.
I think it's very creative. One thing I hear about at Indian River Charter High School is why the kids love it so much is that morning seminar, and that's why they become so tight with their classmates, because they have that opportunity to be in a small group setting and start their day every day like that. So I think that's a key to success for a program like this.
So I'd just like to kind of add mention to, hopefully, with the students that are currently at ACE, that will be an opportunity, maybe even as a feeder program into the Soaring Up Academy, for those students to transition into that career path towards some sort of career occupation. So hopefully that'll be in the equation as well.
And that has been, it's not just going to be Soaring Up and, you know, Center for Transformational Excellence. We're trying to look at how we can provide opportunities for work on the job training for that population, the ones that are at the current ACE, as well as Soaring Up. So we're looking at grant opportunities and other, you know, opportunities with community members.
Great. Okay.
All right, thank the team for their.
Wait.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it just dawned on me that the Center for Transformational Excellence, since we're all about acronyms, will wind up in an acronym, and it's CTE. So I don't know if we want to rethink that acronym so as not to, you know, confuse the community on other CTE programs. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
So now we're going to move in terms of bragging about staff. Mr. Fagan is next on the agenda.
Yes, to the chair. We're very excited. If I can get two individuals to come up to the table.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
As Pam indicated, we're a data-driven organization. We're systems and structures. Well, in order to run that data-driven infrastructure, you've got to have an infrastructure. And part of that infrastructure is technology. And without technology, you're flying blind and loose.
Oh, go ahead on.
So, I am happy to announce our new Director of IT, Dr. Tony Robinson, not to be confused with Tony Robbins.
we need our
enthusiastic.
videos to start.
Tony has over 25 years of experience in technology at the K-12 level as well as at the college level. He lives in Sebastian, moved down from Tennessee not too long ago. I'll let him get a little bit deeper into that. He's a big hockey fan, plays golf, drives a Jeep, and his wife is a certified fitness trainer. So needless to say, every day at 5:30, guess where Tony is? Tony's in the gym. Okay, so I will turn it over to Tony to talk a little bit about himself and then introduce the item.
There's not much more I can say. But good afternoon, and it's good to be here. I'm excited about the opportunity. Yes, I do love to golf. I am a very avid hockey fan, and my team is currently beating the Florida Panthers in our series, so that's good for me at least. And I do love to golf, but more than anything, I love technology. I really do. I've kind of got into technology, fell into it by accident almost 30 years ago, and I haven't looked back. And I'm really excited about this opportunity coming in to work with a great team. And we are going to actually present today. Carrie on my team is going to present on the digital readiness profile. Hey, I got it right. I was trying to remember. So we're going to do that. But mainly, I just wanted to say, again, I'm glad and happy to be here and excited about the opportunity. So I'll turn it over to Carrie.
Thank you. Hello, Board. We're here today to talk about the Digital Readiness Profile. This has been a labor of love for the Instructional Technology Department. I do want to recognize my team because it is not without their blood, sweat, and tears that this could have happened. So Michelle Adrian, Rebecca O'Donnell, Sally Brown, and Mlk Bailey are our digital integration specialists. They are stationed out at the schools and work assisting teachers with integrating technology in their classrooms and assist the students with using the devices. The Digital Readiness Profile was born because we saw a need from the high school students, the graduating seniors particularly. The students are graduating with all kinds of skills and academic honors, CTE certifications, and when we speak to them about, well, what are you good at, or what are your computer skills, they weren't able to answer. And we realized that we had an opportunity to make sure the students understood the soft skills that they are earning while going through their academic classes. You're not just sitting in a chemistry class, but you're also learning Microsoft Word, you're learning cloud computing, you're learning how to use OneNote, you're learning how to type. Those are all marketable skills for our students. So that is where the idea of the Digital Readiness Profile came from, is to make sure that the students understand their journey through our K-12 system and how we are preparing them for life after graduation. The Digital Readiness Profile actually contains 3 parts. It's the profile, which is 6 areas of technology that all students learn. This guide provides students with the verbiage needed to create dynamic resumes. Then we have the progression. The progression falls with novice, intermediate, advanced, and career-ready levels. This is a guide for students that are college and career-bound with resources to help them grow. And then the portfolio. And the portfolio is a resource hub that is going to house students' artifacts for writing resumes, creating LinkedIn profiles, and more. If you've had a high school graduate, you know they get to that 18 mark, that graduation year, and they have to write essays and they have to apply to colleges or for jobs, and it says, "What have you done?" And they suddenly go, And so this is to help them remember. It's true. This is to help them have that artifact, that repository. So the Digital Readiness Profile, I've already spoke to some of our why, but we did notice that students completing college essays and resumes don't know how to quantify their tech skills. Students that are not college-bound have little understanding of their marketable worth. How do we assist students that want to improve their technical skills without adding burden to the school? Students do not have a predetermined bucket or repository to store artifacts of accomplishments, and students are graduating and losing access to their OneDrive files and email. We need to assist students in converting to personal OneDrive accounts before graduation. So the Digital Readiness Profile has 6 areas. We have computer fundamentals, internet fundamentals, digital communication, computational thinking, multimedia fundamentals, and digital citizenship. We have tried to take everything digital that the students learn in their 13 years with us and quantify it in these 6 areas. When the students go into the digital readiness profile and you go into each of the areas, it is going to explain what the area is. So computer fundamentals are necessary skills needed, technology, program operations. But then when you start to look at the progression, it will give some very clear and precise definitions, navigating knowledge and skills of computer programs, leveraging efficient and effective typing skills. And then the students, for all 6 areas, every student can find themselves somewhere in the progression. So they can all find themselves as novice, intermediate, advanced, or career ready. And the idea is, while we have programs that help them write resumes, and we have people that will help them write resumes, what goes in the resume? And so the idea is that they can take this verbiage and place it right into a resume. So if I'm a beginner typer, then I know I'm here. But if maybe I'm an intermediate typer, I'm an advanced typer, and I can take that and put it in my resume to make myself more marketable. Then what happens if a student actually wants to acquire the skills in that progression and move across the progression from novice to intermediate to advanced or career ready? We have a section of the digital readiness profile called Own Your Journey. And that is where we provide the students with the ability to improve their skills without adding that burden to the schools and the teacher classrooms. So students can navigate to Own Your Journey to find classes and trainings to help them move across the progression from novice to advanced or career ready on their own. And what we have done is we have scoured the internet, and we have began this repository of activities, of skills that the students can complete to help them move across the progression. There is a key for each area of the Own Your Journey where you can see in the example I have up on the screen, it could be CTE courses. It could be something that you can only do at Vero or at Sebastian. Maybe it's extracurricular on your own. It could be a LinkedIn Learning Profile badge, or it could be a low-cost option that students choose to purchase. Some of the, like everything that's Google and AWS cloud computing is free, but maybe you want to do some Cisco training. For a student who's really into computer hardware. So what we've done is we have tried to collect all of those resources. And it's going to be an ever-growing and evolving list as that goes, but I feel like we've got a real good start to show the students where they can go on that journey. The other thing with Own Your Journey is it also allows the students to become certified in programs. Perhaps you have a student who isn't currently in a CTE track, but is interested in blogging, is interested in webmaster or web design. So here in this example, they can walk across the progression and graduate WordPress certified, which gives them a marketable skill. We also, with Dell and with Google, we have access to a lot of free trainings where the students can graduate with these accreditations and certifications. This is available in ClassLink, so anyone can click on it and see it. It's available to see. And we really wanted to, as our first year, have that stepping stone to show the students how valuable those tech skills are, right? We're instructional technology. And so what we have done is we have senior exit coming up. That's going to be May 16th through 19th at the 2 high schools and the alternative school. And what we're going to be doing is the week where the students are coming to practice graduation, we will be on campus in identified classrooms helping them create personal email accounts, create personal OneDrives, transferring all of their files and datas, because once they graduate, they lose all of that because we close their accounts. And then helping them create LinkedIn profiles, helping them write their resume using SCORE, whatever it is the student might need. On May 23rd at the Treasure Coast Technical College, we are actually going to have interview prep. So the flyer is on the website. Anybody can join, but we're asking community members, and we have quite a few signed up, to come and coach the students in how to do interviews. How do you introduce yourself? How do you shake hands? What do you wear? How do you sell yourself? How do you talk about this resume that you have? And then on the 25th, we're having a job fair for graduating seniors only. And so it'll be an opportunity for anyone in the community to come and have first pick of our graduates that are entering the workforce. They can conduct on-the-spot interviews, create those relationships, accept job applications, and we will have a list for the students so that they know what companies are there. Currently, we have 26 signed up. So we're excited about that. And it's not just tech. They're not just tech skills, but there are a lot of tech jobs being available. So we're excited about that. Again, we have links to the job fair and the senior exit information on the school district website and both of the high school sites. It also went out on Facebook today. Are there any questions?
All right, Dr. Jones, go ahead.
I asked Dr. Moore to put this on the agenda because I saw this at the Climate and Culture Task Force, and I thought it was just great. And this is our first year doing this, right, Ms. Wall?
Correct. So this year, because we rolled out in February, we've really concentrated on seniors. But starting in August, it will go 9 through 12. So my team behind me will be in the 9th grade classrooms, talking to the students, making sure that they understand how to use that, the digital readiness portfolio to store all of their remarkable activities that they complete.
Because I think I remember you saying that the students probably don't understand what all they have done and what they can put in that resume. And I love how you start with novice and then you go to the advanced. I know you're going to the high schools, May 16th through the 19th. When you start it next year, when it's 9 through 12, how will that information get out so our 9th graders can jump on it right away?
So we'll be at the school orientations, we'll be at the open house, and like I said, my team will go through the classes. This year, I think you went through English? Is that? So they went through the English classes to talk to the seniors, so they will do the same thing in 9th grade.
Right. That's all for now, thank you.
Dr. Schiff?
Sure. You know, I'm beginning to feel like today's superintendent workshop might be my favorite workshop ever.
I had that on my notes.
Well, what I love about it is every presentation that we've had so far has been something creative and innovative, preparing students for their future in ways that we haven't been able to get through for years. Like, this is all so student-centered and specific to supporting students without the distractions. It may be one of the most innovative workshops I think I've been at for a couple of years, so thank you for that. I love this.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions about it, and again, as the parent of a graduating senior, I'm thinking through those eyes and ears as well. So, so I think this is fabulous, and I'm wondering how are we creating this, not just for seniors this year who are leaving us in a couple of weeks, but are we creating this in some way as a required course that fits into their already existing programming so that we ensure that every student gets this? And if so, where's it going to fit? Because, again, as the parent of a highly disengaged, senioritis student at the moment, if it isn't fitting into some, again, for those kids who are not the high achievers or the low achievers that we're catching, but all those kids in the middle, how are we going to get them to do this as not something extra, but as something that is tied to the work and the classes they're already doing, so they come out with this as part of the requirements of completing their academic coursework? Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, I can speak to this all day long. So we make the joke that this idea, it was Mom Vision, came to fruition. I'm the mother of one of those students as a junior who was sitting in, she did not have the option, I didn't give her the option, to do the junior early exit, early end of the day. So she was sitting for 2 hours in a study hall. Well, what are they doing in study hall? Well, they're doing homework. No, but they could be doing this. And so that was really the idea, is that we grab those kids in those extra spaces and really show them. And again, as a parent of a child who's not necessarily college bound, who's ready to get out there and make some money, and we started talking about, well, look at the ethical hacking. It is such a cool job, and it doesn't require any schooling, and they can literally in their senior year get that certification and graduate and be ready to work. Same thing with the Google AWS. We were talking about the typing. how the typing certifications can get them ready to roll right into emergency dispatch or court reporting if they want to be an entrepreneur and, you know, be their own boss. So I think that's really where the draw is for those students that are, you know, we have so many students that are ready to hit the ground running. But I also wanted to make sure that the kids had an opportunity to have careers, not just a job. Too many of our seniors are graduating and just getting a job. They need a career that has benefits, that has insurance, that supports them, that is, you know, a wage that they can live off of and raise a family off of. And, you know, we have asked, you know, the school district to be there. We've asked for transportation to be there. We've reached out to the county. We've reached out to the city. There are so many careers that are available to these kids at 18 that they can grab up. I just think a lot of people don't think about it.
So I feel like we're having a kindred spirit
Absolutely.
conversation
We're
here.
there.
Yeah, right. And though I think that's a great idea for what you said, the juniors and seniors who have the option of early release, where you did not allow your child the option for that. I don't know that that's typical, and I know
Right.
that many of us, by the time they're seniors, are losing the opportunity to have that amount of control over their, you know, daily decision making. It's a kind way of putting it. Right. Tough year. But so how do we integrate it? So, for example, I'll speak personally for a second, and apologies to my kid. But my son has been in an English class this year. Because he's been in the technical college, he goes all day over to Tctc, and he has one class in the morning. He's been in honors classes all along, but because of scheduling, he was in a gen ed class. He's bored to tears. It's an hour and a half of wasted time for him. This would have been brilliant. This would have been perfect for something like this, and hopefully he could have seen the value in it, but, you know, we don't know that. But how do we create this? This might be a Dr. Moore question. How do we create this not so that it's optional or so that it's something they do if they have time or if there's an opportunity or if they stay after school, but it's really integrated into the curriculum at whatever age? Because otherwise, a lot of those middle kids who are just itching to get out and are engaged in school because they have to be, not because they want to be, might not either take advantage of this or understand the value in it. And those are some of the kids who need it most, right? Because they're not seeing it. We as parents know that, but our 16, 17, and 18-year-olds may not. So how do we integrate it into the curriculum so they can't not do it?
So I'll give, I don't want to give an answer, and Carrie already has the answer. Do you have any?
I don't have an answer. When we wrote this, we're all former teachers, so really our thought was to not put a burden on the classroom. We have already been working with Vero Beach High School. They have that leadership track for STEAM, so we plan to work very closely with those students, but they have that built-in time in their schedule because they have a leadership class. So I don't have an answer for the forced mandatory.
So I don't know that it would be forced, but I think it's intentional. So looking at a core course over the course of a child's tenure with us, being intentional at the end of a 9 weeks or at different points through the pacing guide or the instructional guide of pausing and adding and updating. And I think that's part of the power of being intentional where, all right, let's go back and look and add the skills in which you have and then kind of use it as kind of a portfolio, and you build that portfolio over time. And when I saw the presentation, whether the first time or the second time, it's stepping back and saying, oh my goodness, I didn't know these things that I did over the course of X number of years. Oh, look at everything that I'm now able to do, or there's just a little bit more attention here or there, I can go off in this particular area. And I think that's the power of the tool, but we need to be uploading intentionally over the course of time so the student realizes that. Because at the end of the day, if they have to upload it all at once at one time, it will just become a burden. So we need to be intentional putting it or infusing it into courses at specific data input points throughout the school year, so we grow it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so for example, the college prep course, which is an English class. You know, there are so many pieces of this that are that prep that would be more relevant then, for example, some of the classics reading that children who are not college-bound and not overly academically oriented can't understand the value of something unless they can see its relevance to their life and experience. And if you can make it relevant, you can engage them. But they're not engaged in classic literature, because it's you know, they're not engaged in high-level math or whatever it is, because they can't see the relevance. This is so relevant, right? It's so relevant, it's so important. So I guess that's what I'm over-enthusing about, if that's a word. That I really want to see how this gets integrated, because it's so valuable.
We also want to make sure that we're very intentional with the teachers also, that they, and everyone who sees this, you know, falls in love with it. It's wonderful.
Okay,
But-
all right, you're bragging.
But I do
Well,
want the
case in point.
teachers, I do want the teachers to, when their students enter a poetry contest and win, put this in your portfolio. When they're in the newspaper and their coach sends them an email with their newspaper clipping or the link, make sure this goes in your portfolio. We want all of those accomplishments. You know, when you're in the art at the mall, I mean, anything, you know, that it's about saving all of that. And what I didn't mention was every one of the activities then the Own Your Journey comes with some kind of digital certification, record, award, so that there's always that documentation of their growth and that documentation of their knowledge.
Yeah, that answered the question. It's that every time you have some accolade, there's a structure where a teacher says to you, did you put this into your digital portfolio?
Right. And we did not have that
And you don't
before.
complete the assignment or you don't complete the event until that happens, which doesn't add a lot of time and it's not a whole other course, but it gives a vehicle. I think
And
that's
I think we just need to identify the course in which we use to do that. An example would be, all right, it's the end of the 9 weeks, what did you accomplish? Input it. So if you go through pretty much every girls' team at Vero Beach Senior High School is a champion of something. They all can go back and add that into member of the regional champs, district champs, whatever it was. We just need to be intentional of saying, keeping that log and putting it at the forefront of everyone's thinking, make sure that gets into your portfolio, make sure that gets into your portfolio.
And I will say again, shout out to Tctc and Mr. Mosblek in welding. That was a final assignment there. So my son had to create a resume. He had to create, you know, something, and he was really proud of himself that he had done that because he had no idea that he had the capacity to do it or what it would look like. And when he saw it on paper, it gave him some pride in realizing sort of who he was and what he'd accomplished in some, and this was only a one-page thing. Imagine if it's your entire. Also, I'll just, in this, you mentioned early on, you mentioned something about typing.
Yes.
Are we going to teach them to type? Because nobody taught me that in high school, and I am the worst. I'm horrible. I'm the worst typist. I wish somebody had made me learn to type back at some point.
So unfortunately, that's not my side of the house.
I don't know if that's part of it. I just heard you mention it, which made me think
We
of it.
do, in the Own Your Own Journey, there is a typing track that refers the students to, you know, self-paced programs and courses and things that they can take. And then the certifications, it's really just all about practice until you get to be fast enough to take the certification and pass it.
Yeah. From an aging, you know, never learned to type, it's terrible how bad I am. The other thing that occurred to me with this is as we are, particularly for the seniors who are exiting. So for the dual enrollment kids, before you can get into the IRSC dual enrollment, you have to take this student readiness seminar to see if you are academically and behaviorally kind of mature enough to do it. This strikes me as something similar. As I don't know if we can offer it as a course, or we've talked a lot about integrating it, but it's almost like not your readiness for college. It's your readiness for everything. It's your readiness to leave and go out in the world. And I'd love to see us. I don't like always saying, you know, things are mandatory and required and coerced. But for every student to have this, because I'm looking at this too, and you said that May 16th to 19th will be a time for seniors to work on it. Again, speaking from personal experience, the level of engagement that last week is minimal. right?
Yeah.
The senioritis is painful. So I don't know that I would like to see them engaged, but I'm wondering how we can make sure that they get there and they do it, and it's an obligation before, because I think they think they're leaving early, and, you know, they have half days before graduation.
Oh, yeah, they're done.
And mentally, emotionally, they're really done. So how can we get them back to do that? Because I think it's brilliant and so important for graduating seniors to have this, because you're right, they're going to lose it. Lose the information.
Right.
To clarify. So I'd like to make sure that however we do that for the kids who are mentally, you know, have mentally left high school in many ways, that we keep them there and we get that. And I don't know how we're going to engage them in that. You can't really, you know, tie him to the chair.
Yeah.
But how are we going to do, like, how is that going to work?
So right now, it's just on a volunteer basis. We're going to be at the school site every day. As Becky and Mlk were in the senior classes, the students were signing up. The sign up is on the website.
On the SDIRC website or
on the two high school websites?
The high school website, which, again, the students don't check, and they're not going to know. And the parents may or may not know to check that.
Right. Right, and we've been doing social media. Becky and Mlk did focus messages to the students and parents. They have another one that's going to be going out. We're going to do a call. So lots of that information. And we strategically picked the interview and the job fair to be the week after graduation, because I think Sunday morning, a lot of people are going to wake up, or Monday morning, and it's going to get real. Yeah. And that was why we strategically chose that.
Yeah, interesting, great. Okay, I'll stop, but I love this, thank you.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I think this is wonderful. You know, when I first saw it, it was at the college and career fair at the mall. And it really was like, oh my gosh, how come we didn't know this was happening? And she said, it's coming soon. So I'm very happy. This is wonderful. I do have a couple questions. Who vets the supplemental material? So I know you said that you all kind of scour the internet for, you know, additional information, but who actually vets the material to make sure that it falls in line with what our standards and what we are allowed to have available to students?
So we do. My team, we make sure everything is COPA and FERPA compliant. Most of this is not curriculum. It is actual training for a specific skill. So there's not a lot of implied biases, if that's the right way to say. When you're looking at getting a Cisco certification, there's not a lot of ways to look at the information that's being presented. So we do try to make sure that everything is skill-based, and it's a training, it's a service provider. A lot of the resources were found, we have Dell Educational Partners that partner with us because of our device purchases, and so we worked with them in the beginning with curating some of the resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have, so I went on the website to kind of see what it looks like. Going in through the digital parent resources.
Okay.
Well, first, let me just say I did a search on our website for digital readiness. What actually came up was digital services, which is through our communications department. Right. So I don't know if that's going to throw some parents off, if maybe we need to just keep all digital items, you know, flowing towards this area, and maybe rename what's under Ms. Maddox's office. I'm not sure how, because under Ms. Maddox's website, it says digital services, and then she has a coordinator, and but you see the confusion is I went straight there when I should have gone straight to this portal. Does that make sense?
So it's on ClassLink. It's available to the students and the parents on ClassLink. I don't know if you use that portal.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't personally, but I'm sure parents do. But nonetheless, I finally found my way to digital parent resources, and there is a direct link to digital readiness profile. Okay. So I clicked on that, And then, just to give you and actually I'm talking, you know this, but I'm talking also for those who are unaware of what we're discussing right now and how to get there. I clicked on digital citizenship just to see what it was like, and there are tons of hyperlinks that one can click on and kind of go through it. So the first one that I see is Internet Safety Tutorial Quiz. When I click on that, it brings you to a site where you have to sign on. So right now, a parent might say, I don't know how to sign on to this because there's nothing here. When you click on tutorial, you have to log in. So how do parents have access, students find the access to log into all of these different hyperlinks?
So this is all additional supplemental material, so they would have to make an account for that, because that's going to be the only way that it will track their work and their progress to provide them with digital proof of the skills that were received.
So right now, I am in internet safety. There doesn't seem to be something that says log in or make an account. I mean, I'm doing it very quick, but I would just somehow be sure that, it's kind of user-friendly instead of click, 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 all these clicks, and then you get kind of frustrated in the middle. Sure. But then when we got to, and this is definitely worth the next question, I hope, is there a way to create a free access over the summer, even if it's minimal, to any of these, so that throughout the summer, parents and students can kind of dip their feet in some kind of understanding of what it's like and come back very interested in continuing it?
So this is always available?
Unless they have to sign in.
For that particular activity, so you're in the Own Your Own Journey, which is an activity to improve your skill in that area.
Right.
So you would have to log in for that, like, that's not owned by us.
Aren't they all the same way? Don't they all the modules, don't the students have to create an account and sign in for all of them?
Yes.
Okay. So are there any that we could create free access, limited free access to, for students to be able to see what it's like? Kind of like a free sample for the summer free trial, or something like that. So when they come back.
It'd be like a generic account that would authenticate them for a trial basis.
I mean, if not, I'm just throwing it out there because it might be a little carrot to dangle in front of some who might say, oh, this is pretty interesting, I can't wait to go back and do it, or.
So on the screen, I have the example for computational thinking, right? This is understanding the function and basics of coding. So we have, obviously, the CTE course, which is Web Application Design. That's available at Vero Beach High School. You have the program Hour of Code, which you can do without logging in. Then you have GCF Global. And GCF Global, excuse me, does require you to create an account in order to complete the tutorials and then have digital proof that you completed them. So for the GCF, you would want a generic account?
I don't want to make that decision. I'm just throwing out the idea of maybe the team kind of thinking of maybe there is a free access trial period for kids to see what it's really like.
Okay.
I'm just an idea.
Sure.
Because as far as I got, and I don't have access to it, of course, but as far as I got, there's a lot of clicking to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And kids have very short attention spans, so I didn't know if there was a way to do it. Just an idea. The other thing that I wanted to ask not really ask, God bless you, it's a comment really. This is the kind of thing that I would think would be a great offering or access or, for even parents. Mm-hmm. Like there are some adults who want to get certified in some of these areas or who would like to. I mean,
and teachers, that's come up. That's come up.
Yeah, even teachers, yes, even teachers. Like, how awesome would it be to open all of this up to all of our employees.
But it
Not
is
just
open.
teachers,
I mean,
all of our
it's
staff.
open. It's available for anybody to do.
Anybody?
Yeah,
Do they all know it?
we've been telling them.
How have we been telling them?
So we've been in the classrooms, I've spoken at the climate task force, I've spoken at community groups, I've spoken at the parent engagement, we've had it on Facebook. We're trying to get the message out. I mean, we've only had it up and running since February, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, another opportunity for advertising, for sure. I think that would be a great, so anyone who has access to ClassLink.
Well, you don't even need access to ClassLink. The page is public. So on this last page where it says sdirc.info/DRP, that's a direct link to the site.
But do you have to have a school district?
No.
So I'm listening, I'm hearing, and even I still have questions. So when someone goes in, they can use their own personal email. Doesn't matter who it is.
So you-
Anyone countywide.
So the only thing that we own is the presentation of information. Okay, that's the DRP. It's a Canvas course and it's public. So anybody who goes to that link can see it, can view it, can click around. And then when you get to the part that is Own Your Own Journey, those belong to external sources. So it's
Okay.
just a link to someone else's website.
Okay. So internet, so how do we, I wish you can actually like click on something to show us. All right, I guess we'll figure it out, right? If anyone has any questions, who do they contact?
Me.
And you want to say it again, your contact,
Sure.
full name and how they research?
Carrie.wall@indianriverschools.org.
There it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I
First
just
of
add,
all-
can I just add something to, oh, you didn't go yet, sorry. Go
She
ahead.
hasn't gone.
Go ahead, go ahead.
First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you, Carrie. We appreciate the presentation. So this is something a long time in coming, I think, for kids. And I think, thank you all for recognizing the fact that this could help kids, not just with future jobs, but applications for colleges. You know, think about the fact that our kids are going to have a leg up on getting into their choice schools. So we appreciate that. Will they get Microsoft certifications?
It's available and it's free.
Wow, yeah, I
Yes.
thought so with all that. I know teacher-wise, I was able to do that when I was in my previous position, and I actually got certified in Minecraft.
Minecraft certified educator.
I was pretty good in Minecraft for a while, but Minecraft is a good educator. People think that it's just a game. No, it's really, really a great creative way to teach kids some unbelievable concepts. But we actually could get certified as teachers, but then also get our kids into certification. So I think this is great that teachers and kids can get the same.
Yeah, I think it's very important for the students. The Microsoft, the Google, and the Dell certifications are very powerful and all free for our students.
And you'll see that more often on job applications where they're looking for people that have those certifications. So I think that's great that we're doing that. Thank you. I did learn typing on a manual typewriter and moved to an electric when those came out. That was really exciting.
tried.
And,
I was not
I was
successful.
just saying yesterday that I thank God that I got that training because now it's just a second language. You know, I don't have to think about it when you type. But not everybody has that ability, and we've gotten so standard focused with so many other things that we're really not teaching typing. I know that we offered it, like, in a previous school I was at, Mavis Beacon. That's how old I am. So I'm sure there are some typing programs that kids can take, or in that class you were talking about with your child, that they could not waste their time, but get in and practice their typing skills. So that's something I think that they forget to do, but they can go back and do if with the urging. So that might be something that we figure out how we're going to be able to urge kids to do that. And not for you guys, but I know we're moving towards high tech and, you know, digital fingerprints and that sort of thing. But, you know, cursive handwriting, Dr. Moore, I'm learning that kids are graduating and not knowing how to write, sign papers. So just FYI, you know, might want to think about that, going back to that cursive. So thank you for the presentation, appreciate that. Dr. Jones? did you have
Just a
something?
thought, and obviously, Ms. Wall, you and your team know better, but I think as we begin this next year with everyone, because we just started in February, I'm thinking of the standards in all our classes. It'd be nice, whatever we could do, whether it's 9th grade English through 12th grade, you know, taking a little, the ones that are required for 4 years, taking a little spot of that to kind of keep working on it. So, but, you know, the principals know that better than I do as far as how much time they even have, if any, with the standards. But I see this progressive, and, you know, when I go in on this, I'm thinking to myself, I wish my kids would have had this. This is really cool. Thank you.
Can I say one other thing? I know that we're looking at high school, but the school I was at previously, we did this with 5th grade. And so we had one-to-one devices, and we were working on Microsoft certifications with 5th and 6th graders. Yeah, so it's doable at that level. I saw it. Those kids were really into it. And if you do it that early enough, it becomes such second nature that you don't have to think about asking them anymore.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Two last quick things. One is it might be nice to put a link. I don't know how much students or parents are checking. I know at least at Sebastian High School, and I'm guessing at Bureau, they have a senior Canvas page. And I know that I have learned that I have to check the announcements there regularly, so I just keep it open on my computer, because otherwise I'm not going to get the information.
Right.
So that might be an interesting place to put it. I took the URL, plugged it in, went to and found the Canvas course site and the modules, which is interesting. So I don't know if I can, what you said was anybody can access that. And so it's sometimes hard for me to tell if I can access it just because I'm part of the SDIRC family. But I'm looking at some of this now, and I see a lot of the information on the profile, which doesn't also include either links or ways, like you said, every time you accomplish something, you get an accolade, you get an award, you participate in something. That's not linked to here. So I think those two things might be collapsed in our minds a little bit.
So the portfolio is a OneDrive folder that we created and put into all student accounts. So every student, every high school student now, when they open their OneDrive, they have a folder that says Digital Readiness Profile.
Assuming they open their OneDrive.
Yeah. But again, that's about, you know, those conversations with the teachers and making that become part of the conversation at the schools. So that's, you know, it's three-pronged, and that's one of them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
In closing, in a minute, yes, in closing, this is an example of me of technology at its finest. Had a small little problem that she saw personally and expanded it to this to where you're able to connect all the dots to where the seniors are going for an interview that they've never been on before, that they can learn how to interview. Again, only been in existence since February. Just wait till next year.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well done.
Absolutely.
Gary, thank you, your team.
Yep,
Awesome.
Team Spark, thank
Awesome.
you very much.
Yay.
And our next item is going to be district accreditation, which will address the question that the chair raised earlier. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Seymour to set that up.
Yes, to the chair, at this time, we'll bring up Dr. Shafty, and she's going to really share the plan of action so far that we will definitely establish and hopefully be very positive in the way that we go about it. As we know, many of us have been accustomed to SACS accreditation, and I myself have, I think, visited Martin County, Hendry, Lee, and Collier counties, and one of the factors is that once we come in as a team, the best part of it is that everyone is actually on schedule and everything is planned accordingly. And I know for a fact that Dr. Shafty is going to do a wonderful job. We're going to make sure that everything that she needs to actually complete this process successfully, we are going to have available for her. Dr. Shafty.
Thank you. So as Mr. Seymour shared, You may not be as familiar with Cognia, but you may have heard it as Advanced Ed or the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, and that would be your SACS accreditation. And basically, this is that nonprofit, nonpartisan group. They come on site, they conduct a review of the educational institution or the system, which is what we are about to embark on. And it is very much student-centered. So it's great timing to be here in today's workshop because I've heard themes of decision-making, learner-centered, student-centered. That's exactly what this is going to do. So as we talk through this presentation, this is not to be something new that we layer on top of our processes. It's going to complement the work that we do. So the definition of continuous improvement, it's that embedded behavior, which absolutely supports our unified mission about empowering all of our students within the culture of a school. Focuses on 3 key areas, and if you can, visualize cogwheels. 1, conditions, 1, processes, 1, practices. While those cogs can live in isolation, the power is when those cogs start to spin in a gear, and then you build momentum. And that's what this continuous improvement is designed to do, with students being the ultimate beneficiary. So as we already know, our high schools have engaged in this process, and it provides an additive value. Every diploma that is issued by our high schools, because we have accreditation, means something to colleges, universities, helps with scholarships, means something to an employer. So applying this gold standard now to our system of schools will be quite powerful and bring SDIRC national recognition. Why does this matter? It matters to our students because of its greater access, federal loans, scholarships, post-secondary education, military programs. And for our teachers and staff, families, and the community, it shows our commitment to excellence. It shows that we're open to an external review and feedback in the most public forum possible, and it shows our desire to do the best we can for our students and our faculty and staff. So there is value for every member of our system in this system-wide accreditation. We get to embrace the new standards, which are in effect July 1st, 2022. So you may be familiar with school quality factors. Now there are 30 standards organized around 4 key characteristics. The key characteristics: culture of learning, engagement for learning, leadership of learning, and growth in learning. And the standards are not equally dispersed into the 4 characteristics. They fit very purposefully in each of those key characteristics. It is about that learner-centered. What is the cause and effect relationship? Because we have these decisions, because we have an embedded continuous improvement model, it impacts our students, which are our learners, and then the institution at large. And it's going to encourage collegial, reflective conversations, which is already embedded in the work that we do. So the protocol with the shift in standards has changed a bit from what you may be used to. The series on the right, the self-assessment, the preparation for the accreditation engagement review, progress review, that would be under the old protocol. With the new protocol, we have a new step of candidacy review, and that's almost a readiness stage. So the first step for our journey is going to be, as soon as we're assigned a lead evaluator, we will have an executive summary, we'll review the assurances, they will review our current systems in place and determine if we have the readiness for minimum compliance with the standard. So we would not progress in the journey unless we have that readiness. And then in preparation for the accreditation engagement team, they will come in, they will visit our schools, they will have conversations with students, principals, community members, district staff, everybody that contributes to the workings of the system, and they will assess us on a rubric from 1 to 4. 1 being insufficient evidence or limited activity that supports a model of continuous improvement. Of course, we're striving for a 4 in each of the characteristics, and that shows noteworthy, systematic, and systemic practices. everything I've heard, everything I've said, if you think about the language, it's completely embedded in our district strategic work that we do in this district. So it's as we move through fully implementing and realizing our 2025 targets, we're in a wonderful spot to be able to have system-wide accreditation where every school will be recognized nationally as the school district of Indian River County has earned their Cognia accreditation. So the next steps for us is we will be assigned a lead evaluator and backwards plan with that lead evaluator what the upcoming months will look like. We will establish a district lead team to make sure all offices and areas of expertise are represented within the standards, and we will collectively plan together to have an accessible engagement review. Questions?
Dr. Schiff?
Sure. Believe it or not, one simple question for now, but I reserve the right to come back. You said we will start the process when we're assigned an evaluator. What's the time frame for that, do you know?
Because of the crossover in fiscal years, and our engagement review will happen in next school year, next fiscal year, we had a prorated amount that was due, $200 per facility or location, excluding our high schools. They've already paid that. So once that payment is processed, then Cognia will assign us a lead evaluator who will plan side by side with us.
To
We paid
clarify,
that Thursday.
To make sure I understand this, because I know we already had a conversation about this in our weekly meeting. The budget for this comes out of school site budgets. And what I hear you saying is that once all of the school sites have paid that initial fee, I
don't believe
So through the chair, because we want to implement next school year, and there's an initial phase in which we have to implement this fiscal year, they gave us a prorated rate of the $200, which obviously we didn't even bother the schools with. With the accreditation comes all of the services that are provided through Cognia. So when we look at the systems that they have available, the resources they have available in terms of development and support, that all basically support continuous improvement, as we go through the review process, schools will be able to allocate those specific funds. So it's not an additional expense of funding, it's just a repurposing of allocations in which schools already receive.
to clarify, that's 200 per school or 200 total?
Per school.
Per school. So we're just waiting for the prorated piece of that for all schools to do that out of this budget, and then as soon as that happens, then the evaluator is assigned, and then we start the process?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Rosario?
Are we currently accredited?
Through the chair, we have, right now, just the 2 high schools are. So when you look at the state of Florida, there's 67 districts, and I'm going to look down the aisle to get how many?
55.
So 55 of the 67 districts in the state of Florida go through system-wide accreditation. Shameful that we're not one of them. We still do just the high schools. So this is the most transparent, honest way to receive a number of experts coming into our buildings at all schools, engaging and connecting with all members of our community to provide us feedback on how to improve the system. So what they're doing is looking at the system's continuous improvement models and providing feedback to us. When they leave, they will give us recommendations that will drive our work for our strategic plan. These are things that we're doing really, really, really well, and these are opportunities to improve. As many reviews as I have done, both from as a district administrator doing district-wide accreditation in Miami, or going, as Mr. Seymour mentioned, and serving on teams, there's always going to be opportunities for feedback. They're coming in and looking for opportunities for us to improve. So this is really, really exciting for us. It is an external expert's perspective on where we are around continuous improvement.
So how does that work in terms of, you said a few things that are new to me, because we didn't have this conversation before. So what does that mean? You said something about our strategic plan, that the work that comes in the accrediting systems continual improvement model will drive the work of our strategic plan?
Yeah, so they will
Is that what I heard?
they will give us an external perspective of where we are around continuous improvement. We will then be able to use that information as we go into the next planning phase for our district strategic plan. So this review would take place in the year 22-23. We begin informing and creating our next strategic plan in 24-25, which will be a year-long process, and then we'll update our strategic plan in the year 25. So doing this 2.5, 3 years into the implementation of our district strategic plan really gives us a jumping off point to push out for the next 5 years in the planning process of creating our new strategic plan, or updating.
Yeah, since this is all new, I'm not ready to make a decision now or I need to really research what this looks like, who are the other districts that do it, what is their success rate, why should we even do it? I don't know. We haven't had this conversation before, so I'm a little thrown off as to why we're even starting this or why we're moving in this direction. Do we not have experts already within our school district? I mean, we hired you to put systems in place for this purpose. How can we differentiate or allow for some flexibility of school building principal administrators to make decisions at their schools under your leadership if we have an outside organization coming in and saying, no, you should be doing this or that, the other thing. And my other part to that is, if we have policies and procedures in place already approved by this board, what's to say this outside organization isn't going to recommend something that goes against what we have in policy? I'm a little thrown off.
Through the chair, first, I'm not asking for permission. This is what pretty much they're the global leader in accreditation. They're not violating policy. They're just giving you feedback on what they see so we can continuously improve. There's no more transparent way of doing this work when you have 55 of 67 districts who are engaging in the conversation around how do we really improve the district at the absolute highest level. Having experts come in and give feedback, looking at their standards and applying them to how we do continuous improvement is the most straightforward, honest way of improving a school system.
So what are the other accrediting, I guess, organizations that are out there? What are the other ones that we have vetted? Or are we only going with just one because we've not vetted any others? I see that we haven't vetted any others.
Through the chair, this is the one that the universities and colleges accept. So there may be others, but there are so many different diplomas that are not accredited or they won't accept them. So, you know, I'm not aware of any other ones that has a level of respect and authority and professional acknowledgement than this organization.
And which other ones that our current high schools are accredited by now?
The same exact one we're talking about.
Oh, the same one?
Mm-hmm.
How long have our high schools been accredited by Cognia?
Since, well, as explained, Cognia used to be Advanced Ed. Advanced Ed used to be SACS. So as long as they've been issuing diplomas and they've been accredited, it's been by this organization.
Okay, so the presentation today is the same accrediting agency that is currently in our high schools now. It's being proposed to implement that within all of our schools.
Through the chair, and every high school in the state of Florida is accredited by the same organization.
What is give me an example, please, of a systems or continual improvement model that would be recommended? Like, what does that look like?
The professional development that's designed by the district, they'll look at and see how it's being developed and is it actually translating into improving the quality of instruction for teachers. They'll look at our school improvement plans and see you have a process for creating school improvement plans, and they have evidence through speaking to the community members or the parents or the teachers that school improvement plan is in fact driving continuous improvement at the school sites. They'll talk to groups of students and say the code of conduct is readily available to students or not readily available to students. It is a full-on review of how we do the business of educating children and getting feedback on how to improve the business of educating children.
And how often do they typically go into schools and review or provide feedback?
Reviews take place every 5 years.
So this would be $200 per school for one review every 5 years?
There is a fee schools pay on a yearly basis. That $200 was the prorated amount for the remainder of this school year.
And how much is it after this year?
$1,200, $1,300, is that?
$1,200.
$1,200.
So $1,200 per school for a review that would happen every 5 years.
This new process has a progress monitoring window, so to make sure that they're modeling continuous improvement, they will monitor our data. And because this is a new process, the assignment of a lead evaluator is going to be critical because there's not another district at this point with the new standards being in place this upcoming July that would have engaged in this level of a candidacy review or readiness that we can say this is what it will look like. So that lead evaluator is going to be critical to support us in the journey.
So who, are you talking about a new position, another new position for lead evaluator?
That comes out of the fees, the proration, that comes out of what we would provide, what we would pay to Cognia.
Oh, so Cognia provides the lead evaluator?
And a team that will come in, it's teams from all over the state, all over the country, so having that external review will give us a very unbiased, transparent perspective of, are our decisions, one of the standards, are decisions threaded through the unified mission? Do you see that when you walk in our buildings? Do you see that when you walk in the schools? Do you see that when you walk in the district office? So the standards are nationally recognized, so that will be a great opportunity for the school district on a global level to say that we have system-wide. Every school in our system has this level of accreditation.
So $1,200 every 5 years, $1,200 a year, sorry.
Not a year.
$1,200, one time $1,200.
I don't know the annual fees. This process.
No. I'm sorry?
$1,200 for the review per school for next school year, correct?
But what about every year thereafter?
That would be an annual fee? I don't have that information, probably a little bit less than that.
Can you get that for us, please?
I mean, I'll email the board what it is, sure.
So $1,200 for one time, plus an additional annual fee that each school has to provide per year, I suppose. And then it would be one evaluation every 5 years.
Correct.
And the Cognia doesn't come into schools on an annual basis, or they wait every 5 years? What do they usually do?
Through the chair, they come every 5 years and conduct that site visit. They'll leave you with recommendations. 2.5 years into the process, we would provide them with an update regarding the work that we've done around continuous improvement.
Is there a district fee for this in addition? Can you just send us all the fees, please?
Through the chair, there is no district fee. The fee is actually the network of schools. So.
Okay, and then I'm going to end with one question for Molly. Molly, Ms. Shattuck, I'm sorry. Ms. Shattuck, is there a statute, can you lead us or guide us to a statute or provision or something that says the requirements or non-requirements, whatever it might say, for accreditation of public schools? Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, Dr. Jones.
As someone who's gone through SACS twice, it's looking at Mr. Seymour, another high school principal, it's like a part-time job when they're there, but when you have someone from the outside looking in, you can be very protective. Oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and they give you some other ideas. It really helps for growth. It really does. Dr. Shafty, Dr. Moore, the team that comes in with the lead evaluator, will they be the same team that goes to elementary, middle, and high? Do we know the same people?
I believe so. When they're here, once we have the lead evaluator, they will look at the size of our district, how many schools, what the visits will be like, but it would not be a rotating team. The team that arrives will be the team that visits all of the schools, has conversations with stakeholders, and then makes the assessment.
And through the chair, it is a completely random process. So it's not like, okay, we're going to go to Rosewood on this particular
Right.
day. They'll identify the schools when they come. All schools will be prepared. It will be a true snapshot of the reality of where we are.
And when I first heard about this, I thought, this is, I think, really good for our school system to have a district-wide accreditation. Right now, our high schools are, we know that. But we look at the PowerPoint that was sent to us earlier to study. If we're not accredited, our kids are hurting. If we're not accredited, our teachers and schools are hurting. This is not even, you don't even think about that. You've got to get it done. And as far as elementary and middle, I just think that's good as far as our strategic plan and where we want to start and what our desired outcome as students graduate. I was going to say one more thing on, I'm sorry, this part. Oh, on the 30 standards organized around the 4 key characteristics, how are they aligning to our strategic plan? What does that look like? Dr. Shafty or Dr. Moore, doesn't matter.
What we are going to do is to make sure that our working language mirrors. So when our internal team reviews the standards, our first step will be to have a crosswalk. We're not going to change language. We're not going to introduce language. We are going to say, this is what they say. This is what it looks like for us in practice. And then the team will assess the quality of our practice. But that's going to be really important because we don't want to, we cannot, the communication of how this is rolled out is going to be critical. So an administrator, a teacher, the community does not feel like, oh my goodness, this is something else on my plate.
Right.
It's going to be highly important for the district team to make those connections in preparation for the rollout. You're already doing this.
Right.
So why would you not be awarded, hopefully, this level, this gold medal, this national standard that a job well done?
Right. And the district team, have you selected them yet? Are they just going to be how many? And I don't need to know names, but how many will be on the team?
We're going to look at the expertise captured within each standard and make sure that we have the right people on board that not only have the expertise within each standard, but can effectively communicate it and have the respect of our schools to be able to have the buy-in that we need for this to be successful.
It's a lot of work. Thank you. Dr. Moore, I know you've gone through this. I have not gone through this. I've gone through SACs. But what would you say is a main difference at all, if any?
Through the chair, I think the difference is, as you highlighted, that this is looking at the entire system, whereas an individual school review is just looking at that specific school. And what happens from principal to principal or over the course of 5 years, it really is just siloed to that one individual school. So this is an organization that comes in and looks at how we are developing, how we are hiring, how we are growing, how we are educating, how we are informing our community, and really just provides feedback around those areas, their standards applied to our strategic plan and our way of doing continuous improvement. So it helps inform the entire system.
And that 3-phase, I mean, that keeps going. Self-assessment, accreditation, engagement, and then progress review, and then you keep going, because if you become complacent, you're in trouble.
Something from the candidacy workbook is when we prepare for the initial stage before the process even begins, we're going to get feedback.
That's a lot.
Here are your areas of growth, here are your opportunities for improvement, and then we'll be able to collectively sit down and have a conversation. So it truly is, I believe, looking at this newer process, this newer protocol, they have revised it so it truly, continuous improvement is at every stage of the process, at the heart of the work.
And I'd love to have on our website district-wide accreditation. That's big, especially for our students. Thank you.
So going back to an acronym that's been throwing around, SACS, is that Southern Association of
Colleges and Schools.
Colleges and Schools. Okay, so Ms. Stampier, we went through this, right, at St. Lucie, district-wide. Okay, I went through this as a pre-K to 2 principal. And I'm going to tell you, my school, it was nerve-wracking to have them on the campus, I'm going to tell you. But it was like a huge audit. And what the feedback was, though, was so good is things that we needed to do on our campus to help the kids as they left my campus to go to the next campus up, what we could do to help them be successful in their middle school years. So I thought it was a really great way to be able to, I thought all districts did it. I thought we were doing it. So thank you for recognizing that we weren't. I think that if you've ever been through this process, Mrs. Rosario, I'm gonna tell you I've been through the process, and I think it's a really good self-reflection, but it's also, it's nerve-wracking, it's interesting, and they went around and interviewed. I was chosen, my school got chosen, so I had that little hot seat for a while as a principal. But do they also interview the board members?
Through the chair, they'll schedule a time with each board member.
That's what I thought.
The chair will interview each board member.
I remember that because I got feedback from a board member, came back and spoke to me about what was happening on my campus that was really good. So I was happy to hear that. But I just felt like, why aren't we doing this before? Because to be accredited, for example, when I left public education and went out and worked a year in a private school, thank goodness my private school was accredited, because I wound up getting that year of my work credited towards my FRS. Had they not been credited, I would not have gotten that year credit on my FRS. And a lot of people don't realize that when they leave here and they go to a private school or possibly a charter school, if that school is not accredited, then they won't get that credit for their retirement system. And I think that's important that we understand that that is important. So thank you for doing this. Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, a couple things. I appreciate the intent to hold us to the most rigorous standard possible, and I really don't see any reason we wouldn't want that. And I see no reason we wouldn't want to be accredited to the same standard as are the other 55 districts, and hopefully eventually would be the other 66, not including us, districts. So I can't see any reason not to support this moving forward for all of the reasons, also articulated by my fellow board members. The other thing I understand is that when we talked about costs, the overall cost of this for something that is ongoing is relatively low, and I believe also falls under the superintendent's threshold for approval, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, and our final items.
Wait, I have a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Dr. Moore, you said that there were 55 of 60 districts who are doing the Cognia?
Of 67 districts,
Of
total
67.
number of districts.
You said there were, I'm sorry?
Through the chair, yet 55 of the 67 districts have gone through a systems accreditation as reported by
With Cognia or?
with Cognia, it might say Advanced Ed because they were Advanced Ed prior to that, or Advanced Ed's been in place for the last 5 years, so
Okay,
Advanced
so
Ed.
I would just ask that you look into that further, because Cognia has on their website a search option where you can search Florida public schools, and there aren't 55, there are only 30 school districts. 30 school districts in Florida who are currently Cognia, I don't even know what the verb, Cognia
Accredited.
accredited, not 55.
All right, next item is presented by Mr. Bass.
Yeah, you have a paper there that was submitted to you, supplemental to the online agenda for the meeting, is the Phase 1 for Sebastian River High School, or Sebastian River Middle School kitchen remodel, and also in Phase 1 is the site work and the foundation for the classroom wing that will also be going in at Sebastian River Middle School. We're bringing this to you for the next board meeting. One thing I want to point out, the biggest cost in Phase 1 is for the equipment for the cafeteria, to retrofit that equipment in there. And that equipment and the construction for Phase 1 will not be complete until summer of '23, mainly because of the lead time for the equipment to get here. So that's kind of why we're pushing this ahead to get this stuff ordered so it can be in the queue to get here. Any questions?
Is that an issue basically for supplies all over? I keep hearing that, Mr. Bass, that we want to do this, but we don't have the supplies, just in building in general. Is that an issue still?
Yes, ma'am. It's supply chain issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three items are presented by Mr. Fagan.
Yes, through the chair, we have some purchasing items. They are for architectural services change order for the work out at Tctc, structural cabling, and electrical contractors. We also have 2 contracts for setting up for next year for Microsoft and Canvas. This will renew the contract, so those contracts will be in force and ready to go next year. And the final item is to increase the purchase order limit amount for Robinson Ernest Produce from up to $400,000 for an extra $100,000 to get us through the rest of the year and the summer. Any questions?
Any produce questions? No?
Thank you.
Groceries are going up.
Ms. Dampier.
Through the chair. We're bringing Neola policies. This is volume 22, number 2. We'll be bringing it to the board on the May 23rd business meeting. We've had the opportunity to review each cabinet member, all 10 policies with each board member and actually answer any questions that you might have during those board briefings. So at this time, if you have any questions, each cabinet member is here to answer those particular questions, but there were 10 policies.
I have one unless you guys have one.
I just had one. You go ahead, Ms. Bearborg.
All right, thanks. I just got a new binder today. I had looked at the previous binder, and I got this binder today. Could you tell me what's different about this binder than the one that I already looked at?
Okay, there was, because some people had taken the binders, there was one policy that was taken out, and that was the policy through HR, the one on reemployment. And instead of, we just wanted to make sure you had the right policy, because people were coming in.
There was another one.
Which one was the change?
I don't have that
So I know
number since
to
it
go
was
back and
taken
look.
off.
That's how I found
Mr.
it.
Bass, do you remember that number?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, that was the one where the state of Florida changed the name of the unemployment office to the reemployment office. And so we went back and just left it.
Is that the only change?
Yes, ma'am. We just
Okay.
took that policy out, left it unemployment just because it kind of is contradictory.
Okay. And other than that, there were no other changes?
No, and there was one that I had already sent beforehand, but your policy book had been changed prior to that. That was the one on enrollment that I changed from the wait list to the lottery list. That was changed. An email was sent out to board members stating that change.
Okay. Any other questions, board members?
Because there was a
about
suggestion and we made that change.
And there was one that was removed.
Yes, that's the one we were just
No,
talking about.
another one,
No,
on dress. Grooming.
it was never, we didn't bring it forward.
Okay, okay.
We didn't bring that one
Okay,
forward,
got it.
so, yeah.
Got it.
I didn't see that one, so
No.
that's fine.
Yeah, okay,
No,
got it.
No.
Any other questions on policies?
No, just, yes, one. Preference for veterans in employment. Just in general, Mr. Bass, how's it going as far as people applying for positions, and have we had many veterans come in?
I'm not aware of any veterans we've had apply for this year. We've, basically because we're kind of looking and tightening our belt a little bit on positions, I think we've only offered out 10 to 12 employment contracts at the different employment fairs. But, as we all know, we've all been in this business long enough, it's fixing to get hot and heavy here in the next week or two.
Thank you. That's all.
Madam Chair, that exhausts my agenda. There is one item on the school board
Yes, I saw
side.
that.
Yeah, I would be okay, board members, if we, because I have to go, I really have to go. We're way out of time, and I have to go get my son. But I was going to just add it to the board meeting discussion session then, if that's all right with you all, because I really can't talk about it now. So can we add it to the board meeting discussion session, please? Thank you.
For the May 23rd meeting? Is that you're
Yeah,
referring to?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, and with that, I don't see anything other than additional documents. This is additional material handed out during superintendent's workshop. You're referring to everything that we got today? Okay. All right, other than that, anything else for the good of the board?
Thank you,
Matt?
Dr. Moore and Ms.
Oh.
Barrenborg, for a great agenda on students and what we need to be talking about. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for focusing on these new and creative opportunities, so we're excited about it. All right, we're going to call the board meeting to, did you have a concern? Okay, we're going to end the board meeting at 4:25.